Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can I please ask everyone to take their seats? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I love all the energy in the room and the conversations that are going on, and I am reluctant to bring them to a close, but we have a very full agenda for the day and a fantastic panel to start us off today. So thank you all who are joining us both online and in the room. This next panel is really building on yesterday and an understanding of the elements and what trafficking for criminal exploitation or forced criminality might look like. Now we want to talk about ways that people are combating it with a victim-centered response to forced criminality. And so we have a fantastic panel with us, and I will now promptly turn the floor to our moderator, Annina Jokinen, who is Senior Program Officer of the European Institute for Crime Prevention and Control that is affiliated with the United Nations, also known as HOINI. Annina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kari, and thank you for this opportunity to chair this fantastic panel. So this conference focuses on a particularly complex issue, situations where individuals who appear in criminal proceedings as offenders, children, but also adults, may be in fact victims of trafficking for the purpose of forced criminality. Identifying trafficking for forced criminality is not necessarily easy. People may be exploited in very different types of criminal activities, as we learned already yesterday in the first panel and in the side events. But identification can be done. It requires looking beyond offense itself and examining vulnerabilities and power imbalances that shape how people become involved or trapped in criminal activities. Abuse of vulnerability does not always mean visible force or coercion. It may involve young age, limited understanding of consequences, prior trauma, abuse of neurodevelopmental issues or mental health conditions, financial dependence, or perceived debt, all factors that can be exploited by traffickers. For children, the risks are even greater. There is a clear power imbalance between children and the adults who recruit, control, and profit from their exploitation and involvement in crime. And when assessing such cases, it's essential to consider the totality of the situation of the children. At my organization, HEUNI, we have recently finalized a study on the recruitment of youth into organized crime, criminal exploitation, and child trafficking in the Nordic countries. Our research shows that exploitation often develops gradually. It is a process, not a single event, and it is also a gendered phenomenon. Girls and boys may be vulnerable to different types of criminal exploitation and recruitment and have different roles in criminal networks. Vulnerabilities are identified and exploited over a period of time, and then the responsibility is often shifted to the children and young people who fear the consequences of disclosing their exploitative situations. Too often, the threshold for using the trafficking framework is high, and relevant cases are not identified because of various barriers, but also because of lack of awareness and understanding. We should also keep a close eye on the evolving nature of criminal exploitation, as has been showcased in the previous panel and during the side events as well. Recognizing victims of trafficking exploited in criminal activities is critical. It enables access to protection and support, safeguards procedural rights, helps prevent re-trafficking, and importantly, shifts responsibility towards those who profit or benefit from exploitation, rather than those whose vulnerabilities are being abused. Proper identification also allows for responses to move beyond punishment, and this creates space for rehabilitation, recovery, and long-term prevention. Against this background, this panel will focus on concrete practices of the states that support early identification, coordinated responses, and victim-centered approaches. I look forward to the discussion and to the insights of our panelists in sharing examples of integrated approaches and responses that bring together law enforcement, prosecutors, social services, labor inspectors, child protection authorities, and civil society and in addressing trafficking for forced criminality. Now, let's go to a brief introduction of our panelists. So on my right, we have Antonia Pascal, who is a criminal exploitation expert, academic and frontline practitioner, and specialist advisor at the Paquita Center for Slavery, Safety, and Social Justice. She is also founder of Pascal Consultancy and comes from the United Kingdom. Then on my left, we have Alexandra Holui, Head of Unit for Combating Trafficking in Human Beings, Hate Crimes, and for supporting actions in the area of EU internal security policy from the Department of Public Order at the Ministry of Interior and Administration of Poland. Then again on the right, we have Miroslav Jovanovic, who is a manager of the Coordination Service Center for Human Trafficking Protection from Serbia. And then on the left, we have Sergio Rusu, who is the Deputy Prosecutor General from Moldova. And finally, on the right end, we have Beabrom Mekianont, Police Lieutenant Colonel, Deputy Superintendent at Cybercrime Investigation Bureau of Royal Thai Police from Thailand. So let us go to your presentations. The first question I have is for Antonia. So during yesterday's panel, we discussed the scale and growing nature of trafficking in human beings for the purposes of forced criminality, including how this form of human trafficking often affects boys and men. However, our responses to forced criminality require a more nuanced and gender-sensitive approach to avoid the risk of falling into the trap of concept of so-called ideal victim and leaving girls and women behind. Antonia, as an anti-trafficking expert, academic, practitioner, and survivor and advocate for strengthening systems that protect vulnerable people, where do you see the greatest opportunities, both in policy and practices, to improve identification and prevention of this form of exploitation, in particular in relation to women and girls?
Good morning, Your Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for your time. My work sits at the intersection of frontline practice, academic research, and lived experience. While my practice is gendered, criminal exploitation itself is not. Both women and girls and boys and men can be exploited for the purpose of criminality. However, my focus on women and girls comes from a very real gap. As a survivor, I did not see my experiences reflected in existing models, frameworks, or service provisions. What I experienced was often misunderstood, minimized, or completely missed. The work I do today is shaped not only by my own lived experience, including criminal exploitation within a romantic relationship, and my involvement in what became the first recognised UK case of human trafficking in relation to fraud, but it is also deeply informed by my practice and the experiences of the many women and girls I have supported over the years whose realities closely reflect my own. One of the key challenges in identifying false criminality in women and girls is the prevalence of relational grooming models, commonly referred to as the boyfriend model. This form of criminal exploitation operates throughout the construction of a perceived romantic relationship, which is then used to establish dependency, control, and ultimately criminal exploitation. From a policy perspective, this presents a number of challenges. Firstly, criminal exploitation is not immediately identifiable as coercion. It is embedded within emotional attachment, loyalty, and perceived choice. Secondly, control is often psychological rather than physical, which falls outside of traditional indicators used in victim identification. And third, criminal activity is introduced gradually and framed as relational obligation, making it difficult to distinguish between agency and coercion within existing frameworks. This model typically progresses through identifiable stages, including targeting vulnerability, grooming for emotional attachment, establishing control, introducing criminal activity, and ultimately coercion and entrapment. However, because this process is relational and cumulative, victims are frequently misidentified as criminals. This highlights a critical gap within currency policy frameworks, which often rely on visible indicators of force, rather than recognised coercion as it operates within intimate and relational contexts. In response to these challenges, the devolved national referral mechanism represents a significant development in the UK's approach to victim identification. By shifting reasonable grounds decisions making from central government to trained local authorities and frontline responders, the model allows for a more contextual and informed assessment of criminal exploitation. This is particularly relevant in cases of false criminality, where understanding the environment, relationships, and patterns over time is critical. Centralised decision-making has historically struggled to capture forms of criminal exploitation that are psychological, relational, and gendered in nature. As a result, victims, particularly British nationals and women and girls, have often been excluded from the victim narrative and instead processed through criminal justice pathways. The devolved model begins to address this by enabling faster identification and access to support. Also, incorporating contextual safeguarding approaches and recognising patterns of coercion beyond physical indicators. Importantly, it also reinforces a key policy principle that modern slavery and human trafficking are not limited to cross-border movement. Criminal exploitation can and does occur within domestic contexts, including within intimate relationships. While the model remains a pilot and conclusive grounds decisions, meaning the formal identification of someone as a victim of modern slavery and human trafficking are still made centrally, it represents a shift towards a more victim-centred, context-driven approach to identification and protection. The proposed Policing and Crime Bill introduces further progress in strengthening the legal framework around child criminal exploitation, cuckooing, and coerced internal concealment. Cuckooing is the exploitation of a vulnerable individual's home to supply and store drugs, and coerced internal concealment is exploiting someone to transport drugs inside their bodily cavities or by digesting them. This introduction of a standalone offence for child criminal exploitation is particularly significant as it places the focus on the perpetrator rather than the child. This reflects a growing recognition of the inherent power imbalances within criminal exploitation and aligns with international principles relating to victim protection and non-criminalisation. The establishment of a statutory definition is also critical. In the absence of clear legal definitions, identification has been inconsistent and victims have frequently been misclassified as criminals. This legislative development provides greater clarity for practitioners and supports more consistent safeguarding responses. In addition of civil preventative orders, this creates an opportunity for earlier intervention and disruption of exploitation, moving beyond reactive responses to a more preventative model. Importantly, these developments sit alongside existing protections within the Modern Slavery Act, including Section 45 and the non-punishment principle. Together, this creates a more coherent framework that strengthens both accountability and victim protection. However, the effectiveness of this legislation will ultimately depend on its implementation in practice, particularly in ensuring that frontline professionals are equipped to identify exploitation accurately. In addition to legislative reform, there is a clear need for gender-responsive and trauma-informed interventions. The Girls and Young Women's Local Groups Fund from the London Mayor's Office for Policing and Crime provides a strong example of this in practice. By commissioning small community organisations and NGOs up to £80,000 per 12 calendar months, this programme represents a shift away from traditional male-centric models of criminal exploitation towards approaches that recognise the specific experiences of girls and young women. From a policy perspective, there are several key strengths. Firstly, it adopts a multi-agency approach, bringing together statutory and specialist organisations to deliver coordinated responses. Secondly, and importantly, it actively champions the role of specialist NGOs as subject matter experts within this space. Organisations such as Abianda are not only delivery partners, but recognised experts in the field of girls and young women's exploitation. They bring critical insight into relational and gendered forms of coercion that are often overlooked within mainstream policy and practice. Their role within this programme goes beyond service provision. It includes providing training, guidance, and accountability to funded organisations, ensuring that interventions are both evidence-informed and grounded in lived experience. Thirdly, the programme embeds co-production, ensuring that girls and young women themselves are actively shaping the design and delivery of services. And finally, it prioritises the development of an evidence base, contributing to a more informed and effective policy response over time. This is particularly important given the ongoing challenges in recognising and defining the criminal exploitation of women and girls within existing frameworks. Programmes such as this demonstrate the value of combining funding with expertise, accountability, and long-term development. They not only deliver support, reshape how systems understand and respond to criminal exploitation. I will end on this. False criminality does not always look like false. It does not always look like violence, and it does not always look like an ideal victim. Sometimes it looks like love. Sometimes it looks like loyalty. Sometimes it looks like choice. But the reality is far from that. But if we only respond to what we expect criminal exploitation to look like, we will continue to miss it. And more importantly, we will continue to fail the people experiencing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonia, so much for sharing your expertise and these powerful final words. I think it's clear, as you highlighted in your presentation, that we need to better understand the gender dimensions of this phenomenon and the risks faced by girls and women. You highlight the so-called boyfriend model, and also that we need to understand better the coercion used in intimate context. I also very much appreciated how you discussed the trauma-informed interventions that are needed and targeted for girls and women to able to survive their experiences. Thank you so much. We then move on to Alexandra. So Poland has recently identified cases involving refugees fleeing the war against Ukraine who were trafficked for criminal exploitation. Alexandra, could you share how outreach and identification worked in these cases and how coordination across sectors supported a comprehensive and victim-centered response?
Thank you, Anina, for the floor. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure also to share our latest case with such a good audience. So to understand the quick response that has been delivered in this particular case, I will show you more or less how the case was going. But first of all, as an introduction, it should be noted that cases involving exploitation to commit other crime have appeared in Poland in the past. But however, the latest case, which quickly gained media attention, is somehow new for us, even for our law enforcement agencies, due to primarily two issues. So at first, previous cases in this area involved minor crimes, such as exploitation for petty thefts, social security fraud, or identity theft to rent a car without payment. And the victims of this particular kind of exploitation in human beings have so far been Polish citizens exploited abroad. So this case, revealed in January 2026 in Warsaw, is, in a sense, a completely different case, as the victims of trafficking, human trafficking, turned out to be very young people who fled the consequences of war in their home country, decided to migrate to Poland. They had been staying legally in Poland for some time. That's something important. But for some reason, they constitute a group of people excluded due to their lack of knowledge of Polish, that's implicate in not having a job, but also due to the lack of support provided by other members of their families, who in most cases remained in the territory of Ukraine. And we are talking about very young people between 18 and 22 years old. In most of the testimonies of people identified by the services as victims of trafficking in human being, one message resonates. I was afraid to turn home because I didn't want to fight in a war. These elements, along with the desire to work, were effectively exploited by the perpetrators. So despite the relatively recent nature of this case, it was disclosed in mid-January of this year, many facts have been established and a significant amount of evidences has been secured. The case was handled very well from the outset, even through the services had informed information other that they actually obtained as a result of disclosure. On Thursday morning, January 15, a 22-year-old Ukrainian citizen was reported to the nearest police station in Warsaw Southern District, and he stated that he had been deprived of his liberty and threatened by the perpetrators with gun. He managed to escape, but he knew that the perpetrators were already looking for him. It was 9 a.m. The police station located near to the suspected crime of scene immediately intervened, and after a brief surveillance of the single-family home where this particular Ukrainian was being held, around 1 p.m. the same day, the police decided to enter to the building. 22 people were detained. 2 of them were immediately identified as perpetrators. At the sense, officers for Central Bureau for Combating Cybercrime seized electronic equipment, including expensive laptops and cell phones. The young Ukrainian report also contained elements of drug trafficking, but no drugs were found in the house. That's probably also why the response was so quick and the surveillance really short in time. However, the officers noted that the building appeared to serve 2 purposes. One, on the other one hand, it was an office space ready for work, and on the other one, it contained numerous elements suggesting that it was also a place of rest and refugee. Like householder applicants, sleeping area, and dining area were found in the same premises. Everything indicates that these individuals worked and lived in the same place. According to the statements of 3 women identified in this case, 3 of them slept in one bed. Interrogations were conducted by the local police, those lasted until late at night, and the following day, January 16 in the morning, the incident has been reported to the command support system. That's something important, and was noticed the same morning by the director of Criminal Bureau at the National Police Headquarters. In this moment, I would like to draw your attention also to the National Police Headquarters involvement in monitoring all police incidents and its sensitivity, which enable the identification of the potential human trafficking case based on the information provided by the police station, actually. The incident description contained elements of the act, but did not qualify it as THB. On Friday morning, officers from the Unit for Combating THB at the National Police Headquarters contacted this particular police station to provide substantive support in the preparatory proceeding for the THB case. Meanwhile, a preliminary analysis of the seized equipment was provided and revealed that, in example, perpetrators ensured that no important information was stored in the computer's memory. Victims worked in cloud, not storing anything on their computers. They were also forced to engage took place entirely online, which with all activity recorded in cloud. And there was also one file, very suspicious one, ArchAir operators work and instruction. Yesterday I told a little bit more about this, but this file became the most important evidence actually in this case, specifically because individuals were forced to commit crime. They were given detailed safety instruction for example, prohibition of writing down password, using one-time password, not using their first name around other in the house. Each person was to choose a nickname actually to identify them, not discussing work with friends, family, or other people in the house, and not sharing their location, including on private social media. But also this file includes some specific role defined as postman, chemist, courier, and driver. So what we know from this case, 20 individuals were interrogated by the police, while 2 individuals were who were actually initially identified as the perpetrators were interrogated by the prosecutors assigned to this case. So everything was done from the beginning in cooperation with many institutions. Now you've got police officers and prosecutor's office. Even before all proceedings in the case were completed, 22 individuals identified at the scene had to be interrogated in presence of interpreters who facilitated communications. That's why actually the interview took almost whole night, because they were just Russian speakers. So an example, La Strada, the Foundation Against Human Trafficking and Slavery, was informed about the alleged victims of human trafficking, and next morning I was also aware about this case. So it was really fast. Actually, in one day, everybody knew about the case. Maybe small clarification that since 2009, actually, the Ministry of Interior and Administration has commissioned non-governmental organization to run National Intervention and Consultation Center for Victims of Trafficking in Human Beings. And from the very beginning, La Strada, with 30 years of experience in combating THB and providing support and assistance to victims of this crime, has been involved in implementing this particular public task. So on the same day, I was called by the president of La Strada and informed about the case. Such a rapid exchange of information would not have been possible without actually established a very good working relationships that we've got between representative of the above mentioned institution, who also actively participate in work of so-called equivalent mechanism that we've got in Poland, which is actually interministerial team for combating human trafficking, which is operating under our Prime Minister. What was also curious about this case within modus operandi, you can see everything is listed. All the victims were recruited via Telegram by Russian speaker individuals, but also the job offer was for call center position. So we know that they were misled in terms of real, true nature of this job. The perpetrators' activities were to be authenticated by a very detailed form. This form also included some information about the family members that remain in Ukraine in case of any troubles, so the victims can be threatened also. But also they were put under polygraph examination, during which questions were asked about addictions, because we've got here drug trafficking, cooperation with police, and previous criminal record. The perpetrators paid for the travel expenses to Warsaw from other parts of Poland. I've already mentioned that they stayed legally in Poland, and they also include cost of taxi to transport the recruited individuals from the bus or train station in Warsaw to the southern part of Warsaw, to the rented house. And what's the most difficult in this case and couldn't be actually delivered without the help of a cybercrime central bureau is that the whole entire crime took place digitally and actually involved the recruitment of individuals via Telegram for drug trafficking in Russia and in Georgia, Armenia, Belarus, Moldova, and Azerbaijan. Those qualified for work in Warsaw were informed on site about the true nature of the work, and they were also forced to work from 8 till 8 p.m. And many other things were also established, included in this instruction file, I would say. When it comes to support and help for the victims, I've already mentioned that we've got a very specific kind of support that we provide to the victims. This help is actually led by NGOs since the very beginning, by La Strada, but usually in cooperation. 2 years ago appeared new foundation, which is Dialogue Foundation, and they cooperate with La Strada to deliver this public task. But what can we do for those victims? Well, actually the prosecutors, also the border guards and the police, they've got right to issue certificates that are for victims of trafficking in human beings. This certificate gives them actually special rights. So the prosecutors handling this case was kept informed by the police during all the time, and he decided to issue 9 certificates for individuals claiming to be alleged victims of human trafficking. And this particular certificate goes to my department, as we are coordinating the implementation of the whole information into foreigners' residence registration. With their status as a victim, they were provided with support under this National Intervention and Consultation Center. And here you can see the main task of this KCIK, how we call it for short. So it's more than just safe accommodation and food, but it's also support in terms of medical care, psychological care. If there is a need for translation or legal assistance, everything is provided within this center. We spend 2 million zloty each year to provide the fundings for KCIK. And what's probably most important, the prosecutors decided to use the provision of a special law that we've got here in Poland, which is under wartime condition in Ukraine, allows to sentencing of human trafficking offenders to prison terms ranging from 10 up to 25 years, which is 5 more years higher than our penal code normally claim. While actually this one. And one thing that might be added, because during the site event this morning, Tarana also mentioned this. We are now actually dealing with a big project which is independent comprehensive law on THB. And within this project, we also update our penal code in terms of definition of THB. And I can assure you that Ministry of Justice proposed including exploitation to commit other crime as a separate form of exploitation. So it is listed now as an in the catalog that we've got as something apart from other form of exploitation. And that would be everything from my side. Hopefully I can also answer any questions from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. Thank you for highlighting this Polish case example, which really shows the importance of coordinated and rapid approach. And also the importance of comprehensive evidence collection, as you highlighted, as regards the cybercrime aspects here. I think you really showcased the importance of coordination of the work between law enforcement, prosecutors, but also specialized NGO in then providing support to these people. Impressive work. We will then move on to Serbia and to Miroslav. So children are among the most vulnerable groups targeted by criminal networks for the purpose of exploitation in criminal activities. In past years, Serbia has seen the emergence of exploitation of children in various activities, such as theft or drug distribution, sometimes even by their peers in residential institutions for children without parental care. Miroslav, could you share how the protective measures the center has implemented, such as legal representation, forensic interviews, coordination with social welfare institutions and guardians, and support to foster families, how they have helped both protect the children and to support effective investigations?
Well, allow me to share with you one story that could illustrate what we are talking about. A year ago, we received a call from a colleague, social worker, working in a residential institution for children without parental care. And she told me that she had found 20,000 euros under the bed of one of the boys living there. She was shocked because that amount of money she would have to work for more than 2 years. And the good thing was that a few months before that, she attended our training for preliminary identification of victims of trafficking. She recognized indicators, and of course, she contacted us. We started collecting informations on this case, and we quickly learned that that boy and his friend had stolen totally 60,000 euros. This immediately raised new questions. How did they know what to do, where to go, where is the money? What would two boys, 11 and 12, do with that amount of money? And where is the rest of the money? It turned out that the boys had been organized by the stepfather and mother of one of them. His mother, who previously abandoned him, contacted him again now and used emotional manipulation to push him into committing such a crime. Around 20% of children victims of trafficking that we identified are exploited through forced criminality. And that usually includes theft, drug dealing, even arson of houses and vehicles, assaults against other person, and online frauds. Those children can sometimes be very organized and very dangerous. We even had one case several years ago where two boys, 10 and 11, killed an older person trying to rob him. They struck him on the ground and they were hitting him with a rock in head. And a month later, that person died in hospital. So, unfortunately, this is very dangerous for whole society. But we strongly believe that the only way to protect the society is to first protect those children, because those children are actually victims. We believe that these cases that we identify are just the tip of the iceberg, because each time when we speak with some of the children who are presumed victims, they tell us the story about their friends, at least another, or several more who are in same or similar positions. How do we detect these cases? We receive referrals and reports from the police, teachers, social workers, NGOs, etc. Last year, we conducted a major initiative where we managed to train 1,500 professionals from all relevant systems. We were training them how to recognize cases of human trafficking and how to respond. We identified children living in residential care institution, especially vulnerable, and we started organizing preventive workshops for them. And the main goal was not just to inform those children what is human trafficking, but also to build trust between them and our workers so that they can feel comfortable to approach and to tell us when they have some sort of problem. Compared to 5 years ago, last year we had almost twice as many reports of suspected human trafficking. And also, each year we identify more and more victims and we are able to help more people. Talking about challenges in conducting effective investigation in these cases, there are many of them. Young children are not legally responsible, but the burden of investigation is often improperly placed on the victims, and that is a huge pressure on them. Children are highly vulnerable to pressure. You have to take into consideration that they are usually exploited by people from their surroundings. They can be their friends, but also they can be traffickers can be their parents. In this case, in the story from the beginning, that boy was so desperately longing to reconnect with his mother, so that his testifying against her was simply out of the questions. In these cases, the social path model of identification allows us to identify victims and provide them all necessary assistance, even when it's not possible to carry out a successful criminal investigation. The institution where I work, Center for Human Trafficking Victims Protection, have mandated to formally identify victims of trafficking independently from law enforcement system. We can provide them assistance and help and support without that is not conditional on participation in criminal proceedings. If they participate in criminal proceedings, our experts, our social workers and psychologists are conducting forensic interviews with those children instead of police. And we are then making detailed reports that we are sending to police, prosecutors, and that are used in investigations and on court later. We are providing psychological support to these children and preparing them for testimonies. And there is even a possibility that children can testify online from our premises. We are also providing them legal assistance that is provided by specially trained lawyers. For each child that is identified as a victim of trafficking, we are trying to build support network. That means that we are including other institutions, social welfare institutions, legal institutions, NGOs, doctors, teachers, anyone that can help. We are creating individuals' protection plans, and we are using interdisciplinary approach. What is really important is that order of the steps is this. First, we have help and support, and then we can talk about participation in criminal proceedings. I'm very happy to share with you that we have news in Serbia now. It is a great coincidence that yesterday and today, while we are speaking here, we have Assembly of National Parliament in Serbia, and the topic is new anti-trafficking law. This new law has an article that says that social path is one of the principles of protection of human trafficking victims. It also establishes many rights for the victims of trafficking, including rights to non-punishment, and it has a whole chapter dedicated to child protection. I hope that next time we see, I'll be able to testify about many positive outcomes of this law. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Miroslav, for highlighting your experiences in improving identification and support to child victims of trafficking for the purposes also for criminal exploitation. Also, these preventative approaches and workshops that you mentioned, where you build trust between your workers and the children, are an important example. Thank you also for highlighting this social pathway model and emphasizing the importance of providing assistance independent from then cooperation in this criminal process, which is of course very important for the children involved. Let us now then move on to Moldova and to Sergio. So this form of exploitation has further converged trafficking crime, bringing it closer to other offenses such as human smuggling. Moldova has recently encountered cases that clearly reinforce the nexus between human trafficking and smuggling of migrants, including situations where victims are coerced into such illicit activity and risk being treated as offenders. Sergio, what key lessons have emerged from these cases, particularly in recognizing indicators of victimhood and ensuring that victims are provided with adequate protection and are not punished?
Hello, everyone, distinguished chairs, excellencies, dear colleagues. It is an honor to contribute to this discussion on a topic that is both complex and increasingly the rise of trafficking in human beings for the purpose of forced criminality. In my intervention draws on practical experience from the Republic of Moldova, focuses on how we can move effectively from identification to protection, where ensuring the victims are not punished for crimes that compelled to commit. Across recent years, we have identified several areas where victims of trafficking are exploited for criminal purpose. The included involvement in smuggling of migrants, drug trafficking, fraud, and vehicle-related smuggling crimes. However, one of most concerning and emerging trends in the involvement of trafficking victims in migrant smuggling networks. In the past 3 years alone in Moldova, we have documented 6 such cases involving more than 20 victims. What is particularly striking? How do you think these cases come to light? In many instances, it was not institution, but family members who raised the alarm. They reported unusual suspicion circumstances under which their relatives left for work abroad, followed by sudden notification that they had been arrested in transit or destination country. This highlighted an important point. Early identification often depends closest to victim, not only on forms system. Looking at these cases more closely, we observe a clearly and structured modus operandi that reflects the classical elements of trafficking in human beings. First, the act. Recruitment takes place in countries such as Moldova, Ukraine, Romania, often through social media platforms like TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. Victims are then transferred and harbored across transit countries, including Hungary, Slovenia, and Romania, and transported along routes passing the Turkey, Bulgaria, and Greece. The final destination are typical Western European and Scandinavian countries. Second, the means, deception, threats against victim or their families, and the abuse of vulnerability. Third, the purpose, the exploitation of victims through their forced involvement in transportation migrants across border. Despite this clarity at the operational level, our analysis from Moldova experience have revealed several systemic issues that hinder an effective response. First, There is still insufficient cooperation and information exchange between states. Second, there are gaps in expertise among some law enforcement officials regarding the complexity of trafficking for criminal exploitation. Third, we see a fragmented approach where each country focuses only on its segment of criminal chain, with fully understanding the broader structure. Fourth, legal frameworks are often not adequately adapted to ensure proportioned and appropriate response to these cases. And finally, we must address a difficult but important issue, the lack of empathy toward foreign victims of trafficking. Jurisprudence from the European Court of Human Rights has repeatedly highlighted this gap and its consequences. Perhaps the most critical issues we have identified, however, it's what is known as bystander effect or the Genovese syndrome. In this case, responsibility is effectively passed from one jurisdiction to another, from one agency to another, and from one professional to another. This phenomenon manifests in several ways. Everyone is involved, yet no one takes full responsibility. There is diffusion of responsibility, where each across assumes that someone else will intervene. There is fear of involvement, concerns about legal consequences, revenge, or professional risk that discourage action. There is social conformity when individuals take cue from others in action and concluded that the situation is not serious. And the denial of ambiguity when the nature of situation is consequent, leading to delayed or absent response. At the same time, traffickers actively exploited systemic and psychological vulnerabilities. Victims are often perceived as a criminal rather than as individual under coercion. Perpetrators deliberately place the victim on the front line of criminal activity. It is a part of trafficker strategy. In my view, professionals in investigating of organized crime often fall in this criminal trap. When officers uncover drugs, they investigated drug trafficking. When they uncover migrants, police are investigating smuggling of migrants. When police uncover scam, they investigated scam, etc. And disregarding a deeper embedded crime. But they should change the optics of investigation and look not only for elements of crime they see at surface. Instead, they should look into elements of crime pointing to human trafficking. And many operate under a simple but powerful survival logic. If I don't do it, I die. Understand this perspective is essential if we are to design an effective response. So what should we do? First, we must understand the bigger pictures. Each case is not isolated crime act, but part of a broader system of exploitation. Second, we must communicate effectively with victims, explain their situation, and build trust. Third, we must involve multiple professionals, law enforcement, prosecutors, lawyers, social workers, and civil society, working together, not isolated. And fourth, we must carefully assess the victim's role and the risk they face, ensuring the protection, not punishment, is our primary response. In conclusion, drawing from Moldova's experience addressing forced criminality requires both policy and operational change. We must strengthen legal frameworks to clearly recognize and respond to this form of exploitation. Boost operational cooperation across borders and agencies. Improve monitoring system to detect patterns early. Reinforce joint investigation team, ensuring that cases are treated as transnational phenomenon rather than isolation incidents. Invest in capacity building so that all professionals involved understand both the complexity of the crime and the humanity of victims. And this, ladies and gentlemen, brings me to final remarks. Would like to convey this message. We must act with courage, broaden our perspective, take responsibility, and put victims' right and support first. Thank you for your attention.
Sergio, thank you for highlighting the approaches in ensuring non-punishment, including for migrant smuggling. You emphasize the importance of looking deeper than the surface level merely, understanding the bigger picture and also the importance of involving other professionals and investing in capacity building. And obviously the acting with courage thing resonated with all of us, I think. Let us then turn to the final panelist. So another rapidly growing manifestation of trafficking for forced criminality is the exploitation of victims in cyber scam operations, with South and Southeast Asia particularly being affected. Thailand is one of the first states to establish the Anti-Online Scam Operations Center, which works to track and intercept cyber scam activities and to strengthen cross-border cooperation to disrupt criminal networks. Peaprom, could you share with us the work of the Anti-Online Scam Operations Center in proactively mapping and investigating these criminal networks? In particular, what strategies have proved to be most effective in identifying victims, disrupting transnational scam networks, and prosecuting the perpetrators?
Good morning, and thank you for OSCE for having me here today. To answer your question, I must first mention about our practice in the past. In the past, if a police want to trace stolen fund under the old model, we have to send a formal written request to a telecom company, paperwork, and then we wait, and then we have a draft separate legal request for a bank to freeze an account. By the time the money is already gone, long gone, I mean hour, day, or even week could pass. Meanwhile, the scammers are operating at the speed of the fiber optic cable. They utilize mule account and cryptocurrency to layer and tumble funds across borders instantly. So the primary strategy in Thailand had to be tearing down those institutional walls. We have to build a system that move at the speed of the crime, which led to the creation of AOC 1441, that the Anti-Online Scam Operation Center. This was not just a field task force, it was a completely integrated frontline unit, a centralized war room. From this diagram, the technical architecture of this center is a major administrative achievement. The heart of this operation is something called the Central Fraud Registry, or the CFR, if you can see from the picture. How, you might wondering how effective is this, because this new volume is stopping the cash flow, because it sounds like a massive data pipeline linking the 1441 victim hotline directly to the commercial bank. It replaced the fragmented web of legal requests with direct, real-time, and API integration. You can see that scam rely entirely on momentum when a victim is defrauded. That stolen cash doesn't just sit in the destination account, right? And they have to move it. It immediately fracture and move to dozens of different intermediary accounts, what we call move account, in a very second and very in a short time. So the speed of that transfer is the lifeblood of the entire operation precisely. So the CFR allow law enforcement to bypass the traditional process. Today, the system has successfully suspended over 1 million suspicious mail accounts. That is very insane number because the CFR bypass or the legacy bureaucratic delay, their ability to free illicit funds went from day or week to just a few minutes. It effectively broke the financial supply chain of the syndicate. So 1 million account frozen, I mean, from the cybersecurity perspective, that is incredible victory. But here is where the narrative takes a really dark turn for us, because you think freezing 1 million accounts would bankrupt the syndicate and force them to shut down and pack their bag go home. I also really do hope like that, but organized crime operate like a highly agile tech startup. They are very adaptable and very resilient. So when a massive disruption hit their business model, they don't quit. When the digital door were locked so tightly and quickly by AOC, the syndicate have to find a new exploit. And they realized that the only vulnerability left to exploit was the human being. So let's talk about the security paradox. Because the Thai bank did not just rely on the volume, they proactively implement a new stringent security protocol to protect consumers from having their account drained in the first place. They began requiring a live facial scan for any digital transfer exceeding 50,000 Thai baht, which is roughly 1,400 USD. And from security standpoint, the bank logic is completely sound brilliant, because a hacker can pitch your password. They can intercept a two-factor authentication text, but they cannot easily pass through facial scan. So you have locked down the account, and the only way to move the money is with a live human face. And that is the horrifying reality of the security paradox. What is fascinating and deeply disturbing is the psychology of this syndicate. They do not defeat and need to be resolved. So the security upgrade tragically create a brand new high lucrative motive for human trafficking. The syndicate need the face to unlock the funds, so the human being become a tool. They become just another piece of hardware required to process a transaction. To really understand how this problem play out on the ground, let's talk about the case of a woman named Su. Su's story is vital because it brings this abstract security paradox into brutal reality. Su was a mother struggling financially, just trying to care for her children and aging parents. She represents a very specific, highly vulnerable demographic that the syndicate target. They use social media advertising to find people experiencing financial desperation. So see a Facebook ad for admin job, and it's promised a high pay. It looks completely legitimate, professional graphic, a clear job description, legitimate looking corporate branding. She applied, and when she arrived at this meeting point, the fake HR department manipulated her into opening 8 different bank accounts, and they tell her it's for standard administrative duty. The psychological manipulation is highly structured, but the moment she is transported to what she believes is the corporate regional office, which happened to be near Thailand border, she starts to realize that she already trapped. At that time, her passport and her ID are confiscated. She is by fold tied up and forced across a natural crossing into the neighboring country. And once she is inside the camp compound, she is forced to become what is called a living biometric key. She held captive, sit in front of the smartphone and far to nod her head and bring her eye at the camera many times a day. Every single time she nod, every time she blinks, she is certifying that bank security protocol. She is actively authorizing the laundering of stolen cash through those ex-bank accounts she was tricked into opening. So we have been thinking of biometric as ultimate protection. We think of our face or our fingerprint as a way to keep our identity safe. But here, the banking requirement for biometric is the very mechanism driving the industrialization of human trafficking. So it's not a person, she is a biological software required to bypass a digital lock. Since AOC 1441 is freezing this account within minutes. So what happened to Sue when her account are frozen and dead? She is suddenly completely useless to the syndicate. And this leads to the state called discard. The criminal syndicate wife, the victim data, confiscate her phone or anything that could identify the operation and dump her back at the border, just abandon her there. Completely unfamiliar territory. Let's imagine the trauma of that. You are lured away by the fake job, held captive for to launder money, and then just jump in the wilderness when your faith is no longer useful to them. But the tragedy doesn't even stop there. I want to highlight something called the institutional blind spot. The bright spot when the border officer sees someone crossing back into the country without passport outside the normal checkpoint and no any another document to show. They don't see the victim of human trafficking, they just see an immigration violation. Realize that we cannot just wait at the border, we have to fight upstream. Targeting the deceptive job ad and digital infrastructure before the victim ever get deceived. I would like to talk a little bit about a major initiative with Meta, where they proactively remove 159 million fraudulent advertisements. 92% of those ads were identified and taken down by Meta on AI before they ever reached to the victim. I would like to end my presentation with the future threat, AI model or fake models. As I mentioned earlier, first they kidnap a physical human to blink at the camera. Now they are figure out how to just steal the blink itself. Is it where the evolution of this crime reach a terrifying new level of sophistication? How are they getting this data? Well, the intelligent finding I got from my colleague, Mr. Alessio Grossi. He is a cyber liaison officer at the Italian embassy in Thailand, and he has been tracking a booming global marketplace where individuals are posting their resume and portfolio, hoping to get work as an AI model. So the syndicate set up this incredible professional-looking agency channel on Telegram. But in reality, the syndicate is tricking them into providing high-definition training datasets, which they then use to create a deepfake. These deepfakes are deployed for romance scam or hybrid scam and pig bushing. Creating a synthetic persona to build a relationship with the victim and defraud them. And I want to bring you to the deeply tragic case of young beautiful model from Belarus. She was lured by what she believed was a highly lucrative legitimate contract before ending into one of the scam compound next to my neighboring country. some sources say that she was not trafficked for traditional forced labor or scamming. She was forced to serve as a raw data source for digital identity creation. She lost her life due to the severe abuse within that compound. So her story illustrates that syndicates are no longer just stealing money, they are stealing assistance. This is exactly what they are doing right now. So this is all my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and I apologize if I speak so fast because I know that because of the time constraint. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Pia Brom, for highlighting the work of this anti-online scam operational center and emphasizing that we need systems that work as fast as the criminal networks do. Thank you also for highlighting these future threats, especially the use of deep fakes and these AI models. So we should really keep a close eye on how this form of criminality is developing to be able to move as fast. But next, we are going to go to statements from the floor. I ask you to limit your statements to 2 minutes, and I should say that the list for registering for statements has been closed. But first, I will give the floor to representative of United States, to be followed by a representative of Russian Federation. But first, United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much to the panelists for this very enlightening conversation. When survivors of human trafficking are the targets of prosecution, the real criminals who victimized them escape justice. Even when prosecuted survivors are later identified as victims, as we heard yesterday, they carry the lasting burden of criminal records for acts they were compelled to commit, reducing their access to employment, housing, and other necessities. In the United States, this challenge has been addressed in part through state-level criminal record relief laws, mechanisms that allow survivors to have trafficking-related convictions vacated and arrest records expunged. These laws offer survivors a fresh start and restore their dignity, expand opportunities, and reduce the likelihood of re-victimization. When victims do not fear permanent criminal records incurred because of forced criminality, they're more willing to engage with authorities, support investigations, and seek justice. Yesterday, I noted that in January, President Trump signed the Trafficking Survivors Relief Act, creating the first federal pathway in the United States for survivors to vacate convictions and expunge arrest records for certain offenses directly resulting from their trafficking. The Act establishes procedures for survivors to vacate convictions, expunge arrest, and mitigate the severity of sentences for certain federal crimes committed as a direct consequence of being trafficked. If trafficking survivors are prosecuted for federal crimes, the Act makes it easier for them to establish a duress defense at trial. We would encourage participating states to ask, does your legal system provide for the convictions of those forced into crime to be vacated? And if the answer is no, we would urge you to look at adopting legislation that does so you don't ultimately punish the wrong people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Then the next turn is for Russian Federation, to be followed by Turkey. But now I first give the floor to representative of the Russian Federation.
Спасибо большое. Уважаемая госпожа спецпредставитель-координатор, уважаемые докладчики и участники конференции. Россия рассматривает противодействие торговле людьми в качестве одной из приоритетных задач, стоящих перед каждым государством в отдельности и мировым сообществом в целом. Сегодня люди все чаще становятся товаром, процветает торговля детьми и преступные сети торговцев и покрывающие их отдельные представители органов власти делают на этом прибыль едва ли не больше, чем приносит торговля оружием и наркотиками. Остановить это зло – наша общая цель. Без четкой политической воли открытого межгосударственного сотрудничества это невозможно. Наша страна на системной основе поддерживает международные усилия по борьбе с торговлей людьми при главенствующей роли ООН. Убеждены, что именно на государствах лежит основная ответственность по защите граждан, в том числе перед лицом этой угрозы. Каждый вид торговли людьми – отдельный вызов, и борьба с ним, как правильно здесь очень многие выступающие говорили, требует специализированного подхода. Когда речь идет о торговле людьми с целью принуждения к преступным действиям, наиболее сложными задачами является определение степени вины жертвы или ее отсутствие, защита жертв и преследование виновных. Особый подход необходим, если в качестве жертв или свидетелей по делам, связанным с торговлей людьми, проходят дети. Важно бороться прежде всего с коренными причинами торговли людьми, социальной незащищенностью, экономическими кризисами, безработицей, политическими кризисами, вооруженными конфликтами, ростом нелегальной миграции, развитием оргпреступности и секс-индустрии и другими негативными тенденциями, в результате которых растет число уязвимых групп населения. Именно представители этих групп чаще всего становятся жертвами торговли. Особенно относятся к детям, попавшим в сложную жизненную ситуацию или живущим за чертой бедности. Ежегодно по всему миру сотни тысяч детей пропадают с радаров государственных служб, и значительное число из них становятся жертвами торговцев. Их продают с целью извлечения органов, принуждают к преступной деятельности, попрошайничеству, проституции и подростковому сутенерству. В условиях колоссальных миграционных потоков в особой опасности оказываются несопровождаемые дети-мигранты. И власти несут основную ответственность за жизнь и здоровье таких детей, включая меры по защите посягательств преступных группировок и вербовщиков. К сожалению, правоохранительным органам часто не удается отследить судьбу многих таких женщин и детей из-за их нелегального статуса, в связи с чем затруднено получение достоверной статистики по этому вопросу, не говоря уже о результативности помощи жертвам. Полное выступление мы распространяем отдельно, и там мы также предлагаем ряд рекомендаций. Спасибо большое.
Thank you. Next on the list, we have Turkey to be followed by Ukraine, but I first give the floor to a representative of Turkey. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. As Turkey, we expressed our gratitude to Special Representative Dr. Kerry Johnston for convening this conference, and we also thank the panelists for sharing their valuable insights, experience, and knowledge with us today and yesterday. As highlighted until now, trafficking for forced criminality is among the fastest growing and least understood forms of trafficking in human beings. Despite being recognized in OSCE commitments for over a decade, it remains insufficiently addressed in policy and practice while continuing to expand in scale and reach. Forced criminality is a serious security and human rights challenge. It blurs the line between victimhood and criminality, creating a systematic risk where victims, often children, migrants, and other vulnerable persons, are misidentified as offenders. This leads to rights violations and allows criminal networks to operate with impunity. We therefore stress the need for a victim-centered, right-based, and security-informed approach, a clear understanding of coercion, psychological pressure, abuse of vulnerability, and control is essential for proper identification and protection. Vulnerabilities are further deepened by conflict, displacement, and social economic hardship for sure. This enhances the linkage between forced criminality and all forms of organized crime. Large-scale online scam operations and the targeted recruitment of individuals with digital skills show how quickly criminal networks are evolving. This trend highlights the importance of effective early identification. Victims often do not self-identify due to fear or coercion, or their behavior may be misread, resulting in punishment instead of protection. This requires stronger awareness, training, and multidisciplinary as well as multi-agency approach as we are seeing today. As Turkey, we introduced numerous administrative and legal measures regarding the main pillars of combating trafficking in persons, prevention, protection, prosecution, and cooperation. The third action plan to combat trafficking in human beings, covering the years 2025-2030, prepared under the coordination of the Presidency of Migration Management, was adopted and entered into force. The plan aims to provide a comprehensive and strategic framework. It reflects a holistic approach incorporating specific implementable measures in preventing, protection, legal assistance, and prosecution. The monitoring and evaluation process of the plan will be conducted by the Human Rights and Equality Institution of Turkey, which serves as the national rapporteur on combating human trafficking. In line with a comprehensive victim-centered approach, Turkish authorities closely collaborate with civil society to help and protect and assist the victims of trafficking in persons. We also provide two types of services for the victims of human trafficking. The first one is the Victim Support Program, and the second one is voluntary and safe return program education campaigns that are being conducted for the relevant institution in order to fight against trafficking in persons. We attach importance to strengthening institutional capacities as well. In this context, the Directorate General of Management provided trainings to a total of 8,344 individuals in 2025 from various professional groups, including inspection bodies, law enforcement units, prosecutors, judges, civil society organizations, public institutions, and private sector employees as well. So we are ready to share our experience with other parties. Dear colleagues, we cannot only tackle with this issue through individual endeavors. We need a really structured international cooperation. With this mindset, Turkey fully supports all the international cooperation mechanism in combating human trafficking and is party to all key international conventions, including Council of Europe's Convention on Action Against Trafficking in Human Beings. At the international level, we actively engage with the OSCE, the UN, and the Council of Europe. We are in close cooperation with GRATA to strengthen our efforts in combating human trafficking. In conclusion, we would like to stress the strengthening prevention, closing protection gaps, ensuring consistent application of the non-punishment principle, enhancing cross-border cooperation, and improving accountability of perpetrators should remain our shared priorities. Taking this opportunity, we reiterate our full support for the OSCE's efforts and the work of the Special Representative and her able team in addressing trafficking in human beings, including its evolving forms such as forced criminality. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next in the list of statements, we have Ukraine, to be followed by Cyprus on behalf of the European Union. But first, I give the floor to representative of Ukraine.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to express my deepest gratitude for having us here, and it's a great honor for Ukraine to take part in this important conference. Excellencies, dear participants, the year 2022 changed the security landscape in Europe and around the world as a result of unprovoked and unjustified war of aggression launched by the Russian Federation against Ukraine. Millions of people fled Ukraine, the majority of whom were women, children, and elders. Many of them lost their homes, property, savings, jobs, and many of them lost their loved ones. At that time, the civilized world showed its unity and readiness to help them, promptly introducing the temporary protection schemes, providing shelters, necessary support, and integration programs. Nevertheless, criminal networks at the same point started to use the consequences of unprovoked war of aggression with only goal of increasing illegal incomes, using the state of vulnerability of displaced persons, and seeking the gaps in social benefits programs developed for Ukrainians. Recognizing the security risks and the larger ever migration flow of Ukrainians who left their country in a short period of time, the National Police of Ukraine, particularly the Migration Police Department, joined efforts with the international partners. 2022 was the first year that Ukraine became a member of the Impact Community to fight crime together with the international partners. The focus on Ukrainians temporarily displaced to Europe was added to almost every operational activity of the Trafficking in Human Beings operational plan for 2023-2025. Joining the European multidisciplinary platform against criminal threats provided the Ukrainian police with clear, ready-made decisions and tools to manage the risks posed, protect vulnerable people, and prevent their exploitation. Starting from their point in 2022, simultaneously carrying out their duties connected with the Russian war of aggression, the Migration Police Department has been demonstrating its relevance and sustainability to partners in combating crime and protecting victims. Since 2022, MIPOL has participated in pan-European operations against trafficking in human beings as stipulated in the Impact Operational Action Plan, including the Global Chain and Labor Joint Action Days, and Interpol's global operations Liberterra 2 and Liberterra 3. In the end, international law enforcement cooperation resulted in the uncovering of the issue, which is the main point of today's discussion. Operation Sunflower. Ukraine and Spain dismantled an international organized criminal group exploiting vulnerable Ukrainian women and corrupting the temporary protection scheme with the purpose of legalizing incomes from fraudulent gambling. 12 group members were arrested and 55 victims were identified. 55 victims who could instead be recognized as criminal group members. We adhered to the non-punishment principle throughout the investigation and confirmed its significance when the traffickers exploit human beings for forced criminality. And here, given the conference topic, comes a question. How many victims of human trafficking were recognized among those people who were apprehended for the transportation of illegal migrants across Europe? Not diving deep in comparison with the Sunflower operation, only the type of criminal activity differs. But here comes the truth. Every case involving signs of forced criminality must be investigated in accordance with the principles of the Council of Europe Convention on Action Against Trafficking in Human Beings and the Directive 36 and 1712 of the European Union. But the non-punishment principle must not be a tool for criminals to avoid liability. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to contributing to this important topic. The full statement will be distributed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next in the list of statements, we have Cyprus on behalf of the European Union, to be followed by Malta. Cyprus on behalf of the European Union, you have the floor.
I thank you. The European Union and its member states very much welcome this year's focus on combating trafficking for the purpose of forced criminality, which is both timely and necessary, as this rapidly expanding and still insufficiently understood form of trafficking has become a major challenge across the OSCE region. And as we have heard already earlier, armed conflicts create particular vulnerabilities for forced criminality, which lead to increased risk of abuse at many levels, including trafficking in human beings, as well as to new challenges in forced criminality detections. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has created unprecedented vulnerabilities, dramatically growing the risks of human trafficking. According to UNODC's report, millions of displaced persons, particularly women and increasingly children, face heightened exposure to traffickers, both within Ukraine and in host countries. Trafficking networks have adapted quickly to the conflict context, exploiting displacement routes, lack of documentation, and limited law enforcement capacities. Victims are increasingly recruited online, subjected to sexual exploitation, forced labor, and coerced criminal activities. We are also concerned about the trafficking and coercive recruitment of foreign nationals into Russia's military service and war-related labor exploitation. This issue deserves urgent and sustained attention, as individuals are lured by false promises of employment, education, or migration opportunities, only to be coerced into signing military contracts and deployed to the front lines. These patterns illustrate the growing intersection between armed conflict, organized exploitation, and trafficking-like practices, where deception, coercion, and vulnerability are systematically leveraged. In this context, I would also like to underline that the European Union reaffirms its commitment to countering the instrumentalization of migrants for political purposes by the Russian Federation and by Belarus at its external borders. And to conclude, ensuring a truly victim-centered approach is essential, from early identification to effective protection and long-term reintegration. This includes establishing safe referral mechanisms, providing tailored assistance to vulnerable groups such as children and migrants, and strengthening coordination among all relevant stakeholders, including social services and civil society. Strengthened multi-agency and cross-border cooperation, coupled with improved data collection, will be the key to enhancing both victim protection and the effectiveness of responses. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Next on the list, we have Malta, to be followed by Germany. I now give the floor to representative of Malta.
Madam Moderator, allow me to start by thanking you and all the panelists for the insightful, meaningful, and powerful presentations, and also to the special representative and coordinator for convening this important conference. Malta aligns with the EU statement that was just delivered by Cyprus and adds the following in its national capacity. The 2026 survey report by your office, Dr. Carrie Johnstone, delivers a clear message. Trafficking is not only persisting, it is rapidly evolving. Labor exploitation now leads, alongside rising sexual exploitation, forced criminality, and increasingly complex multi-purpose forms. Women, girls, and children remain disproportionately targeted, while persistent protection gaps affecting male victims, LGBTQ+ persons, and non-national boys highlight troubling blind spots. Moreover, low conviction rates and traffickers' growing technological advantage expose a widening implementation gap, making clear that legislative progress must be matched by decisive, coordinated action and also strategic use of technology that delivers real impact on the ground. These structural gaps are further compounded by wars and conflict, with Russia's ongoing war of aggression against Ukraine leaving millions displaced and increasingly vulnerable to human trafficking. Madam Moderator, Malta approaches this transnational challenge with urgency and responsibility. Our response is grounded in prevention, protection, and accountability, ensuring victims' rights remain central, and that those compelled into criminality are identified and treated as victims, not as offenders. This political commitment is operationalized through Malta's National Strategy and Action Plan on Combating Trafficking in Human Beings 2024 to 2030, which was developed in close partnership with civil society and embeds a human rights-based, victim-centered approach across all pillars, explicitly recognizing forced criminality as a form of trafficking and actively preventing re-victimization. Dedicated monitoring structures, including a monitoring committee on human trafficking and an interministerial committee, were established to ensure effective coordination and oversight through a whole-of-government approach to address trafficking in human beings, which also remains high on our international agenda and was central to both our OSCE chairpersonship in 2024 and the presidency of the Council of Europe just last year. Madam Moderator, in conclusion, our collective response must be defined by unity, innovation, and unwavering resolve. Malta remains firmly committed to strengthening cooperation and advancing decisive, results-driven action to combat this global scourge in all its forms. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Next on the list, we have Germany, to be followed by Azerbaijan. And I also kindly ask you to limit your statements to the 2-minute time limit. But now, Germany, you have the floor.
Dear Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin by thanking Carrie Johnston and her team for organizing this important conference and the panelists for their elaborations. Germany is taking action to adapt to new forms of THP, focusing on early identification and victim-centered protection. The non-punishment principle remains central to ensuring justice and safeguarding victims. In October 25, the German Ministry of Justice published a draft bill to strengthen the criminal prosecution of human trafficking and sexual exploitation to implement the new EU directive. We agree that early identification of victims is key to combat THP and to provide adequate support to victims. The federal government is therefore taking important steps to strengthen Germany's national referral mechanism. 2 dedicated working groups were established, one for review and improvement, the other is focusing on minors. We are also breaking new grounds in digital victim support. The German NGO Network Against Trafficking in Human Beings, funded by the Federal Ministry for Education and Family Affairs, has launched Germany's first nationwide online contact point. This service provides individuals with an initial assessment of their situation and referral to specialized support services. Another key pillar in advancing the fight against THP in Germany is the systematic, evidence-based analysis provided by the Independent National Rapporteur mechanism. Its periodic report will offer essential guidance on our policy response. Please approach Ms. Nelly Tanish, who is the head of the department of this very mechanism. The recently established Independent Expert Commission on Improving the Protection of Prostitutes has the following main tasks: to issue initial recommendations to improve the legal framework, to draw on insights from OSCE partner countries. Thank you in advance for your cooperation. To address the digital sphere, in particular large online platforms. Given the current situation, predominantly the ongoing EU discussions on age verification and the Digital Services Act, now is the time to work together to strengthen regulation and to ensure more effective enforcement of existing rules. I would like to address also cyber-enabled financial crimes. Germany values OSCE's emphasis on this topic. Germany has strengthened its efforts in terms of prevention and prosecution. On February 25, the federal government adopted a joint action plan against organized crime. The Federal Criminal Police Office serves as the central agency for the German police in the area of financial scams. The handling of preventive topics is ensured, among other things, through joint committees, work between state and federal police. The Federal State Police Crime Prevention Program develops strategies, educational materials, and initiatives designed to raise awareness about crime and to provide safety recommendations. An online information portal serves as the central virtual platform for police crime prevention. It also offers information on the phenomenon of love scamming. In this context, an awareness campaign on social media was launched in 2024 in collaboration with the dating platform Tinder. In summary, Germany is committed to a victim-centered approach consisting of prevention, early identification, protection, and prosecution. We look forward to learning from each other and developing solutions to protect victims, stop traffickers, and build safer communities across the OSCE region. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Azerbaijan, to be followed by Belgium. I give the floor to representative of Azerbaijan. Thank you.
Distinguished Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. One of the most important and often overlooked dimensions of trafficking in persons is the criminalization of victims themselves, especially in cases where they are exploited through unlawful or criminal activity. The position of the Republic of Azerbaijan is clear. A person who is drawn into unlawful, including criminal, activity as part of trafficking must first be seen as a victim of human trafficking, not automatically as an offender. Azerbaijan has established a legal framework to combat trafficking in persons, including the Law on Combating Human Trafficking of 2005 and the relevant provisions of the Criminal Code. Importantly, our legislation understands exploitation broadly. In this context, Azerbaijan's legal position is clear. A person may be recognized as a victim of human trafficking not only when compelled to commit a crime, but also when drawn into unlawful activity more broadly as part of the trafficking process. In addition, Article 17 of the law provides that victims of trafficking are exempted in the manner and cases established by the legislation of the Republic of Azerbaijan from civil, administrative, and criminal liability for acts committed as a direct consequence of being a trafficking victim, where those acts were committed under coercion or threat. Azerbaijan also attaches importance to the protection of foreign victims. Where a foreigner or stateless person is recognized as a victim of trafficking in human beings, administrative expulsion is not applied for 1 year, and where such a person assists criminal prosecution authorities in trafficking-related criminal proceedings, expulsion is not applied until the relevant criminal proceedings are completed. A victim-centered approach strengthens rather than weakens law enforcement. It helps uncover coercion, improves cooperation with competent authorities, and supports more credible accountability for those who organize, facilitate, and profit from trafficking. For Azerbaijan, non-punishment principle is not only a protection measure, it is also an essential legal and practical tool for ensuring justice, improving victim identification, and holding traffickers accountable. Thank you for attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to step in to remind folks of the time. We have scheduled, I think, about 11 minutes left, and we still have 5 delegations in the room that have asked to take the floor and 2 more online questions. So if I could please ask people to try to stick to the 2 minutes, we will happily circulate longer statements as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So next on the list, we have Belgium to be followed by Spain. Representative of Belgium, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je voudrais tout d'abord remercier la représentante spéciale ainsi que son équipe et les orateurs pour l'organisation et le partage de leur expérience dans le cadre de cette conférence qui est vraiment très intéressante. Alors, en Belgique, nous avons modifié notre législation en 2005 et nous avons déjà à l'époque introduit la finalité de criminalité forcée dans notre définition de la traite suite à des rapports qui avaient été faits par notre rapporteur national sur des situations qui étaient effectivement inquiétantes. Et ces dernières années, on enregistre quand même assez régulièrement 1 à 3 condamnations pour des faits de ce type en Belgique. Avec par exemple en 2024 8 victimes qui ont entamé en fait une guidance dans le cadre d'une procédure de protection de victimes en matière de traite. Nous avons eu en 2024 notamment un dossier avec des victimes exploitées par 2 personnes afin effectivement de créer des faux profils sur Internet pour escroquer financièrement des Belges. Et ce qui nous semble à l'heure actuelle effectivement une préoccupation critique, c'est l'exploitation des mineurs, avec un dossier, notamment en 2025, d'une exploitation intrafamiliale d'un jeune mineur de 12 ans qui, en fait, était exploité par son père, qui vivait à l'étranger, mais c'était en fait ses cousins qui l'exploitaient et qui étaient particulièrement violents à l'égard de ce mineur. Il y a eu notamment une situation de défenestration suite à des violences qui avaient été commises à l'égard de celui-ci. Dans le cadre de l'enquête, c'est la téléphonie qui a permis vraiment de révéler toute l'exploitation qu'il y avait derrière et la manière dont cette exploitation était organisée. Effectivement, il y a eu 5 auteurs qui ont été condamnés pour traite des êtres humains dans le cadre d'une criminalité forcée en matière de traite, reconnaissant notamment la vulnérabilité particulière du mineur et d'un cousin qui était également exploité dans ce type de situation. Alors, je voudrais conclure mon intervention en formulant 3 recommandations pour vos conclusions. Premièrement, nous pensons qu'il est particulièrement important de sensibiliser les services sociaux qui viennent en aide aux mineurs dans le cadre de la protection de la jeunesse, et en particulier les tuteurs, parce que dans cette situation, en fait, on a constaté que le mineur était vraiment rentré dans une relation de confiance avec son tuteur. Il était également hébergé dans un centre spécialisé pour victimes mineures de traite des êtres humains, ce qui a permis effectivement que ce mineur se confie beaucoup plus facilement sur la situation qu'il avait vécue. Deuxièmement, on pense aussi, je dirais qu'il faut sortir en fait les magistrats de leur isolement juridique, dans le sens où il n'y a encore pas beaucoup de décisions sur la matière qui sont rendues, et souvent ils sont en manque de jurisprudence pour pouvoir également appuyer leur plaidoyer ou leur plaidoirie. Et donc, je pense qu'il est vraiment important, quand il y a ce genre de décision, de pouvoir les partager dans les réseaux, par exemple, de magistrats spécialisés. Et enfin, je pense qu'il est également important de sensibiliser les avocats. Ce n'est pas vraiment relié à cette matière, à ce dossier, mais dans les cas où l'appareil judiciaire lui-même ne repère pas la situation de traite des êtres humains et l'exploitation effectivement forcée, un avocat peut aider la victime effectivement à faire valoir son droit à l'application de la clause de non-sanction lorsqu'elle est prévue légalement. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much. Next on the list, we have Spain, to be followed by Italy. I give the floor to representative of Spain.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the OSCE for organizing this high-level conference, which provides us with a vital opportunity to reflect on coordination and security regarding a matter as critical as trafficking in human beings for the purpose of forced criminality. That represents a serious form of exploitation and a serious violation of human rights. I will continue in Spanish. España afronta la lucha contra la trata de seres humanos desde un enfoque plenamente integral, abarcando todas las formas de explotación y actuando de forma coordinada entre los diferentes actores implicados, órganos judiciales, Fiscalía especializada en la lucha contra la trata, fuerzas y cuerpos de seguridad del Estado especialistas en la materia, las administraciones públicas competentes y las ONGs especializadas. El Consejo General del Poder Judicial de España, al que represento, está profundamente comprometido con esta cuestión y actualmente está llevando a cabo una intensa actividad formativa para garantizar una respuesta judicial cualificada frente al fenómeno de la trata de seres humanos, siempre desde un enfoque victimocéntrico. En este contexto, este año hemos actualizado la Guía para la Investigación de la Trata de Seres Humanos, para adaptarla a los fenómenos delictivos emergentes, como es el caso que nos ocupa de la criminalidad forzada. Esta guía proporciona a la carrera judicial una información exhaustiva sobre los derechos de las víctimas de la trata de seres humanos, incluida la aplicación del principio de no punición para aquellas víctimas que hayan sido obligadas a cometer delitos bajo coacción, como ha comentado el compañero de Ucrania en la operación policial conjunta. En el sistema jurídico español, este principio de no punición opera como una exención específica de responsabilidad penal dentro del propio delito de trata. La guía también analiza los instrumentos procesales disponibles para la investigación de este delito, que presenta unas características estructurales específicas que influyen en la selección y valoración de las medidas investigativas, especialmente en los casos de trata cometida en entornos digitales. Entre dichas medidas se incluyen, entre otras, la posibilidad de practicar prueba preconstituida, de realizar evaluaciones individualizadas de la situación de vulnerabilidad de cada víctima y de acordar medidas de protección adecuadas durante todo el procedimiento. España apoya asimismo el desarrollo de buenas prácticas, fomenta la cooperación interinstitucional e internacional y contribuye a la sensibilización sobre la trata de seres humanos. Ejemplo de ello también es el tríptico elaborado por la Relatoría Nacional contra la Trata para facilitar la detección precoz de víctimas de trata con fines de criminalidad forzada en cultivo de plantaciones de marihuana por parte de las fuerzas y cuerpos de seguridad no especializadas. A través de estas actuaciones, en España trabajamos para garantizar que las víctimas de trata con fines de criminalidad forzada sean correctamente identificadas, protegidas y tengan un acceso efectivo a la justicia, así como una adecuada reparación integral. Thank you very much. We are most grateful for the opportunity to attend and learn from this conference, and we remain at the full disposal of the OSCE for any further cooperation that may be required.
Thank you so much. Next on the list, we have Italy to be followed by Tajikistan. Italy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Per conto dell'Italia, desidero ringraziare l'OSCE e l'Ufficio della rappresentante speciale e coordinatrice per la lotta alla tratta di esseri umani per aver organizzato questo importante momento di confronto. La criminalità forzata rimane una delle forme di tratta di esseri umani più complesse e meno identificate. Essa mette alla prova i nostri sistemi giuridici, poiché le vittime sono troppo spesso erroneamente considerate autrici di reato e di conseguenza private della necessaria protezione. Affrontare questo fenomeno richiede un cambio verso risposte più incentrate sulle vittime, basate sui diritti umani e realmente multidisciplinari. In Italia i dati recenti del Sistema Nazionale Antitratta evidenziano una novità. Nel 24, per la prima volta, lo sfruttamento lavorativo ha rappresentato la principale forma di sfruttamento, con il 38,5% delle vittime assistite, seguito dallo sfruttamento sessuale. I casi legati alla criminalità forzata restano relativamente contenuti, pari al 2,1%. Tuttavia questo dato deve essere interpretato con cautela. La bassa percentuale non riflette un fenomeno marginale, bensì significative difficoltà di identificazione. Le vittime coinvolte in attività criminali sono infatti tuttora troppo spesso trattate come autori di reato e rimangono al di fuori dei sistemi di protezione. L'Italia ha progressivamente rafforzato il proprio quadro di intervento, basandosi sull'articolo 18 del nostro testo unico sull'immigrazione, che garantisce assistenza e protezione alle vittime di tratta indipendentemente dalla loro eventuale collaborazione con l'autorità giudiziaria. Questo approccio è fondamentale nei casi di criminalità forzata, in cui paura, coercizione e meccanismi di controllo impediscono frequentemente alle vittime di denunciare. È inoltre significativo che il 24% dei casi identificati riguardi persone intercettate prima dell'inizio dello sfruttamento in Italia, dimostrando che quando i meccanismi di identificazione precoce funzionano in modo efficace, essi possono prevenire anche le forme di sfruttamento più nascoste, inclusa la criminalità forzata. Una priorità essenziale è infatti la pre-identificazione. Coloro che operano in prima linea, tra cui forze dell'ordine, ispettori del lavoro e autorità giudiziarie, devono essere adeguatamente formati per riconoscere gli indicatori di tratta, in particolare nei contesti di microcriminalità o sfruttamento dei minori. In tale prospettiva, la cooperazione con le organizzazioni della società civile rimane indispensabile. L'Italia riconosce inoltre l'importanza dei meccanismi integrati di referral, che riuniscono istituzioni e organizzazioni non governative per garantire che le vittime identificate siano immediatamente indirizzate verso percorsi di protezione. La cooperazione multiagenzia rafforza sia la tutela delle vittime, sia l'efficacia delle risposte di giustizia penale. A questo proposito, l'Italia sta ulteriormente consolidando il proprio quadro normativo attraverso il recepimento della direttiva europea 1712 del 2024 contro la tratta, che pone una forte enfasi sulla formazione di tutti gli attori coinvolti nella pre-identificazione, incluse forze dell'ordine, servizi sociali e in particolare la magistratura. Un'attenzione specifica è dedicata alla formazione dei magistrati sul principio di non punibilità, che nell'ordinamento italiano si applica tra l'altro attraverso l'articolo 54 del Codice Penale, relativo agli atti commessi in stato di necessità. In questa direzione andrà anche il nuovo piano d'azione nazionale 2026-2028, attualmente in corso di adozione, che individua la formazione multiagenzia, inclusa quella rivolta agli operatori della giustizia minorile, come una priorità fondamentale, riconoscendo l'importanza crescente dei minori coinvolti in attività criminali come potenziali vittime di tratta.
L'Italia resta pienamente impegnata, anche nell'ambito di questa alleanza OSCE, a rafforzare risposte che proteggano le vittime e contrastino al contempo le reti criminali che le sfruttano, contribuendo così a creare società più sicure e resilienti. Grazie per l'attenzione.
Thank you, Italy. Then we have a final statement from the floor from NGO Hope for Justice. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Distinguished delegates, my name is Philippa Roberts from Hope for Justice. We're an international anti-human trafficking organisation working collaboratively to identify victims, support survivors and prevent exploitation. As we've heard so clearly, trafficking for the purposes of criminal exploitation is growing, not just because traffickers are becoming more sophisticated, but because our systems still have blind spots. Too often people are exploited or treated as criminals while traffickers go unpunished. To tackle criminal exploitation, we must move from blind spots to bridges. First, we must build bridges with survivors by ensuring ethical and meaningful inclusion in policy and practice. Survivors' experiences expose where systems fail, how trust is broken, and what is needed to rebuild it. They are critical to building trauma-informed, child-friendly, human rights-based systems. Second, we must bridge criminal justice and protection by building trust between communities, survivors, civil society, protection and justice agencies. This requires mandatory trauma-informed training, challenging the myth of the perfect victim and enabling multi-agency responses that prioritise prevention, early identification and pathways to unconditional support. Access to an independent advocate is critical to enable survivors to understand their rights and bridge complex support and justice systems. Third, we must bridge non-punishment from principle into practice. Victims must be identified before arrest and have access to quality legal aid representation. Where criminalisation has occurred, accessible expungement mechanisms are essential to restore rights and prevent re-victimisation. Finally, when we close our blind spots and build bridges, we shift power away from traffickers and back to survivors, towards safety, dignity, justice and accountability. Each of us has a role in building bridges, and every bridge we build brings us closer to a world where exploitation has nowhere left to hide. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we are gonna go back to our panelists, and I invite all the panelists to share with us one key take-home message from the work that you are doing. And we also have an online question to Miroslav. So I'm hoping that your key takeaway message could tell us more about the social path principle you presented and how it works in practice.
Well, basically, social path model is approach where we are displacing the identification of victims from law enforcement system and we are putting it into social protection system. It is really important because as long as formal identification is in the hands of law enforcement system, there will be implicit or explicit pressure to the victim to testify and participate in legal proceedings. And we have obligation to provide help and support without conditioning it to participation in criminal proceedings. In Serbia, Center for Human Trafficking Victims Protection have mandate to formally identify victims of trafficking independently from law enforcement system. Even there is no any investigation, we have mandate to formally identify victim. When we formally identify victim, that person gets all the rights that are guaranteed by Serbian laws and by international laws.
Thank you. Then I would like to give the floor to Bertram, and there has been also an online question for you, so I'm hoping that in your key takeaway home message you could reflect on this question. In your experience, to what extent do criminals recruit victims from abroad, and do you see this international dimension in other stages of the crime?
Actually, my answer might off the record, but because I might mention that what I observe is the corrupt official that facilitate the crime, because when people cross border, it's not even though they say that they cross border through a national border, but it still have somebody who facilitate them to cross border. So my observe is the corrupt official, and also in Thailand we still need more transparency. So our Thai government working hard on to make our to make things clear and more transparency. We try to apply a lot of technology like AI and blockchain and etc. to make sure that all the government activity is very transparent. And I think I lost the second question. The second question about.
No, it was just a key takeaway message that you already covered.
And I'm saying, okay, my key takeaway is I just want to call for action, and especially the political view from each country. I'm come from a Southeast Asia, and I have a lot of problem, and everything I touch upon, it also have a lot of problem. Sorry, I'm talking too much, so I stop there.
Thank you. Call for action, indeed. Then Antonia, please share a key takeaway home message.
I think for me, the hope sits in the fact that we close the gap between the policy and the front line. My career started as a support worker, the closest professional to the issue, and the passion then rise that I needed to make change. I then worked my way up into academia and policy, but to my heartbreak, that the policies existed, but the front line was unaware that it was there. So those of us in the room, we're aware of forced criminality and criminal exploitation, but those that are on minimum wage and working closest to the victims, closest to the communities, are they aware of this issue, and are they given the right guidance and support? Because that is the goal for me, closing the gap between policy and frontline.
Thanks so much. What about you, Alexandra?
Apart from everything that was said already, I also encourage all member states to promote close cooperation between all stakeholders, especially when dealing with THB cases within a country, but also to look carefully into those cases that at the beginning seems different crime, and because it may become a THB. So that would be my message.
Thank you. And then finally, Sergio.
Yes, thank you. From a legal standpoint, the key issues is not offenses committed, but the conditions under which it was committed. Where such elements are present, the person should be legally recognized as a victim of trafficking, regardless of their involvement in criminal activity. This direct engages the non-punishment principle, with oblige authorities to avoid prosecution or sanction individuals for acts they were complete to commit. The difficult arises in practice at the first point of contact with law enforcement, where individuals are often treated primarily as suspect. In short, the distinction between offender and victim is not formal, but contextual and evidence-based, and the law already provides the tools it applied consistently. Thank you.
Thanks so much, and thank you all to the wonderful panelists. I think this panel discussion has shown that addressing trafficking for the purpose of forced criminality requires flexible responses from a large variety of relevant stakeholders, as this form of criminality is constantly evolving. The practices and case examples shared today underline that early identification, non-punishment of victims, and effective referral mechanisms are not abstract principles, but practical measures that can make a difference on the ground. A clear message emerging from the panel is the value of coordinated multi-agency approaches. We need to work on this together. Thanks so much on my behalf. And let's give a large applause to all the panelists.
Thank you very much, Anina, for moderating this great session. And again, from me to all of the fantastic panelists as well, and to all of you for contributing to the discussion. So we will now move toward lunch for those that want it. The Swiss chairpersonship of the OSCE for 2026 is generously providing us lunch, which will be served on the second floor. For those of you that have been to the Alliance before, it's where we typically have lunch on the second floor. And that should now be available. And I also just want to point out for those that are interested, there are 3 separate side events that are happening at 1:45 or 13:45 to 2:45 before we reconvene back here for panel 3 at 1500. Thank you all and bon appetit.
Ja, nein, vielleicht.
Test, Test, Test. Soundcheck. 1, 2, 3. Test, Test. Geht's durch?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have not yet taken your seats, if I could ask you to do so. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. I am thrilled to welcome you to our final panel, Charting the Way Forward, Turning Insight into Impact. And this is our opportunity to really think through and hear from another fantastic panel of experts, specifically with a focus on, we've heard about what forced criminality can look like, the new forms that are emerging and growing, and some of the old forms that are also growing, as well as the vulnerabilities that criminals target specifically for this form of trafficking for criminal exploitation or forced criminality. In the last panel, we heard about some of the positive things that states and others are doing to find the victims of forced criminality and ensure victim-centered protection, prosecution, prevention, and all built on partnerships. And now in this session, we are really going to focus on what are the changes, what's the shift or shifts that we need to actually implement a truly victim-centered approach to this really complex form of the crime. And I will say one of the themes over the course of the last day and a half that I've heard in many of the conversations, both in the formal discussions and on the side, that this form of human trafficking is very complex, and it is not easy to distinguish victims of forced criminality from people that are willingly, maybe even happily engaging in criminal activity. So I think we picked the right topic for this year's Alliance. And this panel, we have the right experts to help us understand better. Now, what do we do? How do we put into action changing the traditional ways of how we operate, including improving identification, prevention, and our criminal justice response when often the victims of criminal exploitation might present as criminals or offenders themselves. I think it's also been clear from the conversation so far that there is an urgency about the need for capacity building and training, guidance across government agencies, including for law enforcement, criminal justice practitioners, both prosecutors and judges, as well as in social and welfare systems. A very recurrent theme so far over the last day or so has been the urgent need to improve our application of the non-punishment principle, which has never been applied very successfully or consistently, but is getting harder and harder as victims are being compelled to engage in more and more complex and serious criminal activities. So how do we improve the application when it's even more challenged of the non-punishment principle? I am sure that I don't need to encourage the speakers that we have today to really be thinking about practical and forward-looking things that we can do to implement such a change in mindset to really implement a victim-centered, trauma-informed, and security-informed approach to combating trafficking for criminal activity. So with that, I am going to begin by introducing our fabulous, distinguished panel of experts that bring together diverse participants and perspectives from international human rights, criminal justice, a human rights barrister, civil society, and policymakers to examine key recommended actions to improve our collective response to forced criminality. So without further ado, let me introduce the panel. On my right, the far right, is Connie Reichen, who is the president of the Council of Europe's Group of Experts on Action Against Trafficking in Human Beings. She is also the Dutch National Rapporteur on Trafficking in Human Beings and Sexual Violence Against Children. To my immediate right is Parosha Chandran, who is a multi-award-winning human rights barrister in London, professor of practice in modern slavery law at King's College London, and a world-leading authority on trafficking, modern slavery, and forced labor. On my left is Shamir Soilers, whose name I know I'm not pronouncing right. Who is with the Center Against Child and Human Trafficking, or CKM, in the Netherlands. He is the head of the Center Against Child and Human Trafficking, I just said that, a leading Dutch NGO that is combating human trafficking with a special focus on the sexual and criminal exploitation of minors. On my right, lastly, we have Heracles Moskov, who is the General Secretary for Vulnerable Persons and Institutional Protection in the Hellenic Ministry of Migration and Asylum from Greece. And lastly, to my left, we have Monica Krag-Petersen, who is a public prosecutor of the Oslo Regional Public Prosecutor's Office in Norway, and is a member of the National Expert Group on Human Trafficking. She's led several trafficking prosecutions of complex cases, including a recent case on forced criminality that is currently before the Court of Appeal that she will share with us about. So first, I am going to turn to Connie Reichen. If you could give us your thoughts on how can anti-trafficking policy, including identification and protection schemes, be improved so that individuals exploited into committing criminal acts receive immediate access to assistance, legal safeguards, and protection from prosecution.
Well, thank you so much, Carrie. Thank you for organizing this conference and for the kind introduction and the question. The Council of Europe, a group of experts on action against trafficking in human beings, GRETA, monitors the implementation of its Convention on Action Against Trafficking in Human Beings in the 48 states that have ratified or acceded to the convention. The ongoing fourth round of evaluations, and I know many of you have already participated in that, that focuses on the vulnerabilities to human trafficking and measures taken by state parties to prevent these vulnerabilities and to identify and support vulnerable victims and punish the offenders. Particular attention is also paid to the role of information and communication technologies, which increasingly exacerbate existing risks and forms of human trafficking. GRETA's recently published report highlights the vulnerability factors which are abused by traffickers to exploit victims for the purpose of committing criminal acts, such as homelessness, unemployment, insecure immigration status, disabilities, mental health disorders, drug or alcohol abuse. Children and young persons are especially vulnerable, in particularly unaccompanied and separated children, children under the child protection system, and children with mental health disorders, specific education needs or disabilities. For example, in Latvia, homeless people, most of whom are men with severe substance abuse disorder or use disorders or alcohol addictions, are frequently targeted, exploited in financial fraud scheme through the misuse of their personal documents or coerced into committing criminal offenses. In Croatia, there have been investigations involving children residing in institutions for children experiencing behavioral challenges who were exploited by other children to steal and to sell drugs. In Norway, research on the vulnerability of children to human trafficking found that children and young people who become entangled in coercion and dependency relationships through drug-related crime rarely have their cases assessed as potential human trafficking. So trafficking for criminal exploitation is increasing across many state parties to the Council of Europe Convention, with criminal networks increasingly recruiting children via online platforms, gaming sites, and social media. In the UK, about 1/3 of the possible victims referred to the National Referral Mechanism in 2021-2024 were subjected to criminal exploitation. This was the main form of exploitation of child victims affecting predominantly UK children, many of whom were exploited by gangs known as the county lines. to move and store drugs and money, often using coercion, intimidation, violence, including sexual violence, and weapons. In the Netherlands, there were 643 presumed victims of human trafficking for false criminality in the period 2018-2022. In Albania, forced criminality was the third most frequent form of exploitation, affecting mostly boys in the period 2020-2024. In Denmark, for instance, forced criminality accounted for 15% of the identified victims. In Croatia, forced criminality has emerged as the second most common form of exploitation, accounting for nearly a third of the victims of trafficking identified by the police in 2020-2024. The Republic of Moldova, criminal exploitation accounted for 77% of the identified victims. But in countries where criminal exploitation is not specifically mentioned as a form of exploitation in the national definition of human trafficking, there is no data collected on this form of exploitation as part of the statistics on identified victims. This is, for instance, the case in Austria, Bulgaria, and Latvia. Then this form of exploitation remains underrepresented or absent in the data. Or sometimes they are taken together with other forms of exploitation. The important differences in the scale of trafficking for the purpose of exploitation in criminal activities across countries suggest that this form of trafficking is not given sufficient attention in all the countries. Due to a perception bias, criminal exploitation is less likely to be identified as a form of human trafficking than, for instance, sexual exploitation. In most states, no research has been conducted into the exploitation of adults and children in criminal activities. At the same time, in countries where a significant number of victims are identified, such as in the UK and the Netherlands, there has been research into trafficking for the purpose of criminal exploitation, as well as specific policy and legislative initiative. Now on the identification, and I refer here to the obligation states have under the Council of Europe Convention. Article 10 of this convention requires parties to adopt measures to identify victims. For this purpose, parties must provide their competent authorities with persons who are trained and qualified to identify victims, irrespective of their nationality and immigration status. According to Article 10, identification is a collaborative process involving different authorities and relevant victim support organizations. So this morning we heard about the multidisciplinary approach. Here there's also an obligation for this multidisciplinary approach. The great majority of the state parties to the convention, there is a formalized national referral mechanism for the identification of victims of trafficking and their referral to a system involving a series of actors. A person's identification as a victim of human trafficking should not depend on the presence of elements necessary to initiate a criminal case or the person's cooperation with law enforcement authorities. Many trafficked people do not identify themselves as victims of crime, and therefore the onus of the identification lies with the authorities. The identification procedure should start as soon as there are reasonable grounds to believe that a person has been a victim of trafficking. And pursuant to Article 13 of the Convention, presumed victims must be granted a recovery and reflection period of at least 30 days. And here I echo what was being said earlier this morning about the social path and the importance of establishing such a social path in the respective countries. The identification of child victims of trafficking requires setting up procedures which take into account the special circumstances and needs of child victims. Involves child specialists, child protection service, and specialized police and prosecutors, and ensure that the best interests of the child are the primary consideration. As a result of the failure to carry out identification, victims of trafficking and especially victims of exploitation in criminal activities are frequently arrested, detained, and/or deported for unlawful activities, such as shoplifting, drug cultivation or distribution, or immigration-related offenses. For example, the understanding of child trafficking and child exploitation varies among professionals, and as a result, indicators of exploitation are often overlooked, hindering early identification of children at risk, and criminalization of the experience of imprisonment and deportation can lead to secondary victimization of trafficked persons, exacerbated by shame, powerlessness, and the sense of injustice. So the early identification takes away the burden of proof from the victims and put that on the shoulders of the prosecution. Trafficking for the purpose of exploitation in criminal activities is directly related to the application of the non-punishment provision enshrined in Article 26 of the Council of Europe Convention. Pursuant to it, parties shall provide for the possibility of not imposing penalties on victims of trafficking in human beings for their involvement in unlawful activities to the extent that they have been compelled to do so. Greta has stressed that the criminalization of victims of human trafficking contravenes the state obligation to provide services and assistance to victims because, not being treated as victims of human trafficking, they are not provided with the support and services to which they are entitled under the Convention. Furthermore, such criminalization discourages victims from coming forward and cooperation with law enforcement agencies, thereby also interfering with the state's obligation to investigate and prosecute those responsible for human trafficking offenses. Greta is of the view that the absence of a specific provision on the non-punishment of victims of trafficking entails a risk of differential treatment depending on the prosecutor in charge of the case. Moreover, trafficking victims often cannot rely on exceptions based on general criminal law provisions such as duress and necessity, because these concepts are narrower in scope than the non-punishment principle enshrined in the Convention, and/or shifts the burden of proof to the victim of trafficking. To ensure compliance with the non-punishment provision, Greta has recommended to state parties to adopt a specific legal provision on non-punishment of victims of trafficking for their involvement in unlawful activities. Of the 47 state parties to the conventions which have been evaluated by Greta, at the time of the last evaluation, 22 of them had specific legal provision concerning the non-punishment of victims of trafficking. The number of such countries has increased following recommendations made by Greta. Thus, after this first evaluation by Greta, 6 state parties adopted specific legal provisions concerning the non-punishment, and between the second and the third evaluation, 4 more countries adopted such provisions. However, some 53% still lack such specific protection. Now, coming to the recommendation. First, the recommendations on the prevention. It is crucial to raise awareness, to raise children's awareness of the rights and their trafficking risks, including the recruitment and abuse through the internet and social networks, and how to report abuse, paying particular attention to children in vulnerable situations. The safe reporting is therefore crucial. Second, providing training and guidance to professionals working with children and young people on human trafficking and child victims of criminal exploitation, how to identify children at risk and provide adequate support to avoid harm from taking place. Another important recommendation is the mainstreaming of prevention and in policy and education. The prevention of trafficking in children in specifically, and also including it in the general programs on the prevention of crime for children, but also broader for adults. it's important to ensure that unaccompanied and separated children have access to secure child-friendly shelters or foster care arrangements, including psychosocial support, legal aid, education and health services, in order to reduce the risk of exploitation by traffickers targeting vulnerable children. And states should make sure that institutions are safe for these children and are not an education center for becoming criminals themselves. So we need to conduct further research, which should inform policies and possible legislative changes as well. In relation to the victim identification, it has been said before, but it cannot be stressed enough that it's important to have a formalized procedure for the identification of victims of trafficking, to ensure that all victims for whom there are reasonable grounds to believe that they are victims of trafficking are identified and referred to support, irrespective of their immigration status. This identification should be independent from investigations and prosecutions. So here again, the social path is crucial to actually make sure that that independence exists. Another important is the proactive outreach. So a proactive approach and increase the outreach for work to identify child victims, and for the implementation of Article 13 in a systematic way, so that the recovery and reflection period is provided to all victims of trafficking. On the non-punishment provision, as mentioned, states should have a specific legal provision to guarantee the application of the non-punishment provision. The second recommendation here is also the training for professionals, so that they know how to apply the non-punishment principle, and also the scope of the non-punishment provision should be capable of being applied to all offenses that victims of trafficking were compelled to commit, including administrative and other offenses, providing for exception on a case-by-case basis, based on the principle of proportionality, rather than excluding per se all victims who have committed certain serious offenses could achieve the same result. And with these recommendations, I leave it for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Connie. I really appreciate the clarity of your recommendations as well. In the interest of time, I'm going to try to limit how much I comment on the great remarks of our panelists, and turn next to Parosha Chandran. Your successful litigation, including landmark cases before the European Court of Human Rights, has transformed how European systems and beyond understand and respond to trafficking, exploitation, and victim criminalization. Yet a central question remains unresolved. Why does identification still come so late? And why does prosecution still come so often? Prosecution of victims, to be clear. What changes are needed to ensure that victims are not punished and that states meet their obligations?
Thank you very much, Special Representative, Excellencies, distinguished guests, friends, colleagues. Thank you very much for inviting me here today. Some of you may know me, some of you may not. So I am the lawyer who succeeded in bringing VCL and AN against the United Kingdom to the European Court of Human Rights in 2021, which received the unanimous findings of the court on violations of Article 4 and related to non-punishment and identification. The case of TV in Spain in 2024, which dealt with inadequate, ineffective investigation and the wrongful reclassification of a trafficking offence to a pimping offence, and BB Slovakia in 2024, which dealt with the requirement of states to be cognizant of the subtle ways in which victims are trafficked and exploited, amongst other features. I was one of the advisors on this OSCE seminal report, the first in the world, dealing with recommendations for states on non-punishment in 2013, and co-wrote the UN Special Rapporteur's paper on non-punishment in 2020. Then, you know, to my surprise, we achieved the VCL and AN ruling just a year later. So I've been working on non-punishment since at least 2005. So that's about 21 years, which counts for some of my 29 years at the Bar of England and Wales. I'm going to give a kind of menu of a wish list of wants and reasons why, and deal with obstacles. I've been representing victims of human trafficking for, as you've heard, for over 2 decades. The cases have broken my heart and they stay with me. And so I sit here as a lawyer, but I sit here as a lawyer who has dealt with some of the most heartbreaking cases that have involved state violations and abuses of rights which have prolonged and exacerbated the pain and harm that has been received. In BB Slovakia, for example, it took 10 years before her case could move through the domestic courts on violation arguments before it reached Strasbourg. Similarly, in TV in Spain, in VCL and AN against the UK, it sat in Strasbourg for 9 years before a judgment was reached. All of that time means more trauma, and the wrongs should never have happened in the first place. One thing I'm going to start with is in each of those cases, the governments got it wrong. They decided that person wasn't trafficked. They decided the person wasn't entitled to protection or a legal remedy. They decided that they had their systems in place that were correct and nothing was wrong with what they were doing. In every single one of these 3 landmark precedent-setting cases, the European Court of Human Rights unanimously found violations against each government, and it was the NGOs who were right. Caritas Slovakia in BB Slovakia, Sicar Cat in TV Spain, the NSPCC in the case of VCL in UK, and now I've just lodged another case, and I will just acknowledge at this stage Rosa, the NGO that is dealing with that matter. So we have heard over the course of this conference that trafficking for the purpose of forced criminality is not a peripheral issue, nor an anomalous one. It is a serious and expanding form of human exploitation, operating across borders and across markets, and too often concealed in plain sight by one deeply damaging feature: the trafficked person being presented to the state as an offender and not a victim. That is the central distortion, and it is not a minor one. It is the distortion that allows traffickers to preserve their impunity, enables public authorities to misread exploitation as culpability, and causes legal systems to punish those whom they are under a duty to identify and protect. So the question for this closing panel is not whether forced criminality is real. It plainly is. It is not whether it causes profound harm. We know it does. Nor is it whether good practice exists. We have heard that it does. The question now is whether states are prepared to act with sufficient clarity and discipline to ensure their own legal systems no longer deepen the harm. My submission is straightforward. A state cannot claim to be combating trafficking effectively if its institutions still arrest, charge, prosecute, detain, deport, or discredit trafficked persons for acts that are themselves bound up with the means and purpose of their exploitation. That is not an effective anti-trafficking response. It is a failure of identification. It is a failure of protection. It is a failure of investigation. And above all, it is a failure of the rule of law. The non-punishment principle must therefore be placed at the center of the state's response to trafficking for forced criminality. But I want to be clear about what that means. Non-punishment is not an act of charity. It is not an indulgence, and it is not a gift in the hands of a state. It is a legal and constitutional safeguard against punishing the wrong person. It is a means by which the criminal law retains its legitimacy when confronted with offending that is itself a site of coercion, abuse, and exploitation. If the law cannot distinguish between the trafficker and the trafficked person whom the trafficker compels, manipulates, or conditions into criminal conduct, then the law has ceased to function properly. And if the state treats the criminalized victim as the end point of the enforcement, rather than as the starting point of inquiry, then it is not dismantling the trafficking networks, it is helping to conceal them. This matters, especially in cases of forced criminality, because these cases test the maturity of a legal system. They force institutions to confront a difficult but necessary truth. Exploitation does not always present in forms that are immediately recognizable, sympathetic, or passive. A victim may be frightened, inconsistent, withdrawn, indebted, hostile, disbelieved, previously convicted, undocumented, a child who has been groomed into offending, or an adult who appears complicit because the coercion they have suffered has become normalized. Yet none of those matters absolves the state of its legal duty to identify properly, and that is where states must begin. The first recommendation I make is this, and I have 5. States must legislate clearly and comprehensively. There are 2 limbs. First limb is that their domestic legislation must fully reflect the international definition of human trafficking, and that includes the constituent elements of trafficking and the irrelevance of consent. Because if irrelevance of consent is not in the definition, how can it be applied to identify somebody who has been forced into criminality? And how can the next stage of looking at non-punishment and the nexus between the status of the person as being trafficked and the commission of the unlawful act be assessed? Domestic tests that are narrower, more restrictive, or that distort the international definition create protection gaps that lead to clear violations of state obligations, as my case of VCL and AN against the UK in the European Court of Human Rights has shown. The second limb of this first recommendation is that non-punishment protections must be expressly included in the law and available in cases of trafficking for forced criminality. They must also be operationalized under whatever mechanisms a state needs. They must operate at every stage, at arrest, in charging decisions, in prosecutorial review, during trial, after conviction, and on appeal. They must apply in a manner that is real, not merely aspirational, and they must be accompanied by practical remedies, including review of wrongful convictions, expungement of criminal records, access to reparation where the state has compounded the harm by criminalizing the victim. Second, states must identify earlier and better. In too many systems, trafficking is considered only after the prosecutorial machine has already begun to move. By then, the harm is already entrenched. The person has been arrested, interviewed, perhaps convicted, often profoundly damaged. Identification delayed until after charge is very often identification denied. There needs to be mandatory screening. Yes, under an NRM, as the president of Greta has stated. And we need to have trafficking screening where any indicators can arise, in police custody, in border settings, in prisons, youth detention, immigration, in financial crime institutions and cyber-enabled offending cases. and wherever children or vulnerable adults are encountered in criminal contexts. The agenda of this conference has rightly recognized the complexity of detention situations as well, financially exploitative schemes, child cases, drug situations, and cyber scam operations. Those are precisely the environments where legal blindness has the gravest consequences. Third, once credible trafficking indicators arise, systems must not simply note them and continue as before. There must be formal consequences. In short, states must institutionalize diversion. Interviews should be paused or adapted. Specialist referral should become automatic. Charging should require senior review. Deportation or removal must be suspended. Child protection or victim witness mechanisms should be immediately activated. The person must be removed from the place of harm, and a decision on whether to detain must be taken afresh. Fourthly, states must ensure that decisions to prosecute are not taken before a proper trafficking assessment has been made by a trained, qualified person applying the international definition. This is not merely desirable policy. After VCL and AN, after TV in Spain, after BB Slovakia, this is the legal minimum. Fifth and critically, states must reorient criminal investigation towards those who exploit and profit. Too often, the justice system is satisfied once it has secured the low-level participant, the courier, the child found in cultivation, the person used in cyber fraud, the coerced shoplifter, or the migrant pressed into financial offending. But in trafficking cases, this is not success. This is often merely the visible residue of a hidden chain of control. The real investigation questions are different. Who recruited? Who groomed? Who threatened, transported, profited? Who controlled the debt, the documents, the communication, the movement, the dependency, and the fear? And which state authorities saw fragments of this picture and failed to connect them? That is important for a state to consider how its strategic threat assessments are being conducted. The earlier sessions have already demonstrated that trafficking for forced criminality is inseparable from organized crime, vulnerability, and public security. The answer then is not more indiscriminate punishment. It is more intelligent, better coordinated, rights-compliant enforcement aimed at what? At the architecture of exploitation itself. 6, states must measure what they are doing with data. You need to be able to say how many identified or potential victims were arrested, how many prosecuted, how many diverted before charge, how many convictions later quashed, how many trafficking investigations were opened following arrest, what happened in those investigations, what was found, how many involved children. I won't go on. I know my time here is short, but I'm using every moment I can to press these points. And I have just one more point. I just seek the indulgence of a couple more minutes. Thank you. Without such data, failure remains invisible. Failure remains invisible. And what remains invisible is permitted to continue. I want to stress one further matter. Where victims have been wrongly criminalized, as I have said, yes, states must confront the existing legacy. A criminal record has to be removed. But as I have insisted throughout this presentation, protecting victims from the harm of unlawful detention, prosecutions, and all the other administrative actions that can occur is the first and paramount objective on our list. The non-criminalization of victims should lie at our hearts and lie at the heart of everything that is being done to confront what has gone wrong so far. The true test of a state's seriousness in confronting trafficking for forced criminality is not, therefore, how quickly it can process the exploited through systems of arrest and prosecution. It's whether it can recognize exploitation where others only see offending, where it can interrupt harm before the criminal process compounds it, whether it can shift the focus of enforcement upward to those who control and profit, and whether it can do all this in a manner that is lawful, coordinated, victim-centered, and effective. If a system can readily criminalize the trafficked person, but cannot reliably identify them, protect them, or reach those exploiting them, then that system is not simply missing trafficking. It is structured to miss it. And that, for states and policymakers, is the reform task before us. Thank you.
Parosha, thank you for that eloquent reminder of states' obligations and your inspiring wish list of how we can help them and how they must fulfill them. And now we will turn to Shamir. If you could explain to us how you see criteria, which criteria should guide the creation of adequate protection that address both the needs and the risks of individuals exploited in criminal activities, given that there is no ideal victim, quote unquote. How can support systems be redesigned to protect these individuals who are simultaneously treated as perpetrators and victims within the same criminal context, especially when they are trapped in organized crime? The floor is yours.
Thank you for inviting me to this platform, and a special thanks to the Special Representative Johnston and her wonderful staff for organizing such an insightful a conference with leading experts, including the lived experience experts that have taken the platform. And for the next couple of minutes, please allow me to share the following points I would like to address. I want to give a short overview on the situation of criminal exploitation in the Netherlands. I want to make a point of how important it is to invest in innovation. I want to shortly glance over the case for codification of the non-punishment principle that has been mentioned a lot during these 2 days of conference, and I want to share some suggestions in how we should move forward. SECAM is a Dutch NGO, and in 2021, we did a first nationwide study financed by the Dutch Ministry of Justice. And what we found is that there are potentially thousands of victims of criminal exploitation in the Netherlands, whereas in that same period, a 2-year period, 68 registered victims of criminal exploitation were acknowledged in the Netherlands. We found, we did research in 13 municipalities around the country, and there was an estimate of 2,500 potential victims of criminal exploitation. So that is an enormous gap that has been addressed over this conference as well. 2 years, 2,500 potential victims, and only 68 registered victims in that same time frame. Now, it cannot be a big surprise that this is a major issue that had to be addressed. And we were very thankful for the response of the Dutch Minister of Justice at the time. And she stated that we needed a mentality change. And it cannot come as a surprise that as SECAM, we welcome that statement. And we do need a mentality change. So that's like the red thread through my presentation today, my contribution today. And what we saw last year, the Dutch rapporteur who is with us here today, in her report, it was mentioned there was a sharp rise in registered child victims. So the gap is closing, but not as near as the potential victims that we found in our study. So there's plenty of work to do. Now, we did a follow-up study a year later, and we looked into the policy of how the Dutch government is tackling criminal exploitation. We found that, not to your surprise, obviously, the application of the non-punishment principle is troublesome and scarce. So victims face the risk of prosecution, and rarely rate. And I wrote down here, the local police officer is key. So a lot of these victims, they come into contact with law enforcement, but not as a victim, but as an offender. And if the local police officer is not being trained or does not recognize signs of exploitation, the victim will enter the criminal justice system as a perpetrator or as an offender. So in the situation in the Netherlands, we have a lot of drug-related crimes associated with criminal exploitation, but also money muling, theft, robberies, and placing of explosives, which is increasing very fast. Now, I want to share some things that will be addressed in forthcoming research. So the research is yet to be published. And we found that the non-punishment principle is more easily applied to victims of exploitation. And here we come to the problems that we see as an ideal victim that was also mentioned by other speakers here as well. Victims of sexual exploitation could also recruit other victims for sexual exploitation, which is a criminal offense, obviously. But these victims, they are more easily acknowledged as a victim of criminal exploitation. So here we have this problem of an ideal victim, where we see the victims of criminal exploitation, they don't hold up a sign saying, hey, I am a victim. They don't come to healthcare professionals themselves saying, hey, I need help, I'm a victim. They don't, during interrogations with the law enforcement, reveal themselves as victims of criminal exploitation. What we also seen is that in the Netherlands, and I can imagine in other member states as well, we have insufficiently equipped shelters and care organizations. So the needs of victims of criminal exploitation do not match with the shelters that we have, for example, for victims of sexual exploitation. And the security risk that is associated with criminal exploitation doesn't match with what the shelters can offer. So you have a mismatch there, and you have a lack of perspective and care for these victims. The third point that I would like to address is the incoherence that we found between criminal proceedings, and these increase the risk of a conviction of victims. So what I mean by this is that we can have two separate proceedings. In the first proceeding, for example, could be a drug-related crime case in which the victim is not being acknowledged as such, but is being convicted for a drug crime, whereas in a later case where the victim already has been convicted, the human trafficker, the exploiter, will be convicted for human trafficking. And it is unclear and unsure how these signs of vulnerability, of coercion, or exploitation have been dealt with in the first case. So this is something that we obviously would like to address. Now, I mentioned that I want to spend some time on the importance of innovation. I think it's clear for most of us that a victim of criminal exploitation will not reveal itself as such, as has mentioned before. So this is not a fact that we can take for granted. If they don't come to us, we need to make sure that we come to them. And that's why we created a Turning Point, which is a national confidential chat, which is also financed by the Ministry of Justice in the Netherlands and briefly introduced yesterday by the distinguished delegate of the Netherlands. And this is a chat that especially young people go to chat and ask for professional help with a situation when they're stuck in crime and they're unable to exit. But obviously, this is not a chat that is so well known among the Tugger group. And this is also a fact that we cannot take for granted. So that's why we stress the importance, and we created software to find them where they are, mostly online. So this is the online outreach program, which software scans platforms and social media, searches for signs of possible exploitation, criminal exploitation. So for example, in our pilot period, we sent out more than 1,000 Telegram messages, of which 247 were received, and we engaged with 42, which had a positive response of 22%. Now, mostly asked questions on the chat is, how do I get out of the criminal network even when I'm deeply involved? Or a person who's saying, I'm trying to stay out of the criminal network, but I'm afraid that I will succumb to the pressure. What can I do? My family is being threatened if I don't do exactly what they say. But chats, also friends and family come on the chat who are worried about their friend or family member, how to get through to them. What do I do? And should I contact the police, or will that get them in even more trouble? I cannot stress the importance of this target group, the group that we're discussing during this 2-day conference. If they don't come to us, we have a responsibility to come to them. They might not fit our ideal stereotype of a victim, but it doesn't relieve us from the duty and a responsibility to come to them and help them with the situation that they're in. So we obviously do a lot of campaigning also online. There was a movie that was in the cinema last year that also increased the traffic on our chat, all to reach the group that is very difficult to reach. Now, time is slipping away, so let me continue for the case of codification, which will be very brief because it's been extensively addressed during this conference. I mentioned already that the current practice, also in the Netherlands, is inadequate. And what we missed in the discussion, because it's been adopted now in the House of Representatives, there was an amendment to the modern slavery law. But what we missed in the discussion over the last couple of years is that the principle also aims to strengthen law enforcement, next to strengthening, obviously, the protection for victims. And recently in a journal, Professor Lindenberg, which is an authority on this as well, he mentioned that codification improves awareness, which is needed, which serves its application, and it does not seem to limit law enforcement. And that last comment, I'd also like to stress the enormous complexity on the shoulders of law enforcement, on the public prosecutors in dealing with non-punishment, in dealing with the incredible difficult choices. Do I proceed to convict this person, whereas there are signs? These victims hardly cooperate with law enforcement. So the solution cannot only lie on the shoulders of law enforcement. And we hope that codification will mean a step forward if it's also if we also invest in training, for example, the local police officer that I mentioned earlier. So it still has to pass the Senate, but hopefully we'll see that this year. So coming to a close, moving forward, I mentioned the need for a change of mentality. And my statement is that the best way to strengthen law enforcement is by protecting victims. And how do we do that? We need to reach potential victims before traffickers do. And we need to reach them on platforms where traffickers are active and they deal and engage with victims. But mostly, we're not there. Mostly, we don't find them there. We don't seek them there. And that has to change. I mentioned the importance of codifying the non-punishment principle and training professionals in its application. We need to deal and tackle the issue of the ideal victim, because the ideal victim does not exist. And it's so important to realize that and to bring that into our legislation, into our policies, and to apply that. We need to prevent incoherence between separate criminal proceedings so that it does not happen anymore, that in one case you get convicted and in a later time the human trafficker gets convicted as well. And I also want to acknowledge a statement made by the distinguished delegate of the United States of America, who mentioned the expungement legislation currently being implemented in the United States. And this is a development that we find very interesting, and hopefully other member states, including my own, will soon follow. And last but not least, we need to invest in suitable shelters and care, because if we deal with the non-punishment principle, we haven't dealt with the needs and the cares and the trauma that these victims are facing. We also need to address the threats, and not only to the victims themselves, but often their families and friends. And that's why I mentioned the platform Kirpint that we have developed. Later this year, we will also pilot a part of Kirpint where we are actively involving the family and engaging with the family of the victims to offer a complete solution to this very difficult situation. I want to thank you again for inviting us, for the privilege of being here at the conference, for the member states and the delegates for listening, and I want to hand it over back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shamir. And I really appreciate the concrete examples, both the recommendations, but also the positive practices that you are helping implement in the Netherlands. And now we will turn to Heracles Moskov. If you could please talk to us about how we can ensure that institutional responses to trafficking, specifically for the purpose of criminal exploitation, are coherent, operational, and truly victim-centered across all levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Excellencies, colleagues, it is a great honor to join this panel alongside such distinguished speakers and to contribute to a discussion that inspires us to move from theory to action. Throughout this conference, we have heard compelling evidence that trafficking in human beings for the purpose of criminal exploitation is not only increasing, but also evolving in complexity. Alarmingly, many of these victims remain invisible within our own criminal justice systems, as they are often misidentified as offenders rather than recognized as protected as victims. This is precisely why our policymaking challenge lies, not only in understanding the phenomenon, but also ensure that our responses are coherent, operational, and victim-centered. I'll try to give you a few examples from my own experience in Greece. First priority is to ensure that the national legal framework explicitly recognizes this form of exploitation and fully operationalize the non-punishment principle, as also foreseen under the directive, the EU Directive 2024, which is amending the Directive 2011. In Greece, we are currently promoting this through a 2024 Directive Transposition Working Group that I have the honor to chair. So although exploitation there is in forced criminal activities has been introduced as a form of exploitation within the adoption of the new penal code in 2019, relevant cases remain limited, and we are therefore still striving for its fuller and more consistent implementation in practice. The law must therefore go beyond formal recognition and be translated into practical safeguards that are systematically applied. Towards this direction, in our secretariat, we have established a department for the protection of victims of trafficking and violence. And one of the main operations of this department is to have an interministerial and interagency working group on protecting victims of human trafficking. So we bring together the NRM, the Office of the National Rapporteur, law enforcement authorities, judiciary, labor inspectorate, and others. This platform allows us to bring together all the stakeholders and steer our discussions towards concrete outcomes, developing policy recommendations, identifying good practices as well as shortcomings, and strengthening coordination among all competent authorities. A second priority is that we have to invest systematically in training across the entire justice chain, so judicial authorities, law enforcement, and frontline professionals together in identifying victims of forced criminality. This remains a critical gap, as victims are still too often, as we all have said, misidentified and treated as offenders. This challenge has been consistently highlighted by Greta at a European and national level. I'll give you some examples of projects that we are running along with other partners, projects that are funded by the European Commission. One, it is the title Safe Borders. And this was also presented at a side event during the last year's Human Dimension Conference in Warsaw, the ODIHR Human Dimension. Through this project, we have already delivered training to more than 100 members of the judiciary in Greece, and further training for prosecutors and judges from the Western Balkans is scheduled to follow. Our experience has shown that targeted training, particularly on human trafficking, child trafficking, and cross-border cooperation, significantly enhances both identification and response. We also hope that these efforts will contribute to a more harmonized interpretation of the relevant legal framework and to the development of stronger cross-border cooperation. Misidentification is not merely an individual failure. It is a systemic issue that requires sustained capacity building, institutional commitment, and effective collaboration among all relevant actors. A third priority is that protection mechanisms must be strengthened to respond effectively to the specific needs of victims of forced criminality, including their complex psychosocial profiles. And as we highlighted during the side event that we co-organized with IOM about an hour ago, trauma should be made visible and addressed with responsibility and consistency without labeling or stigmatizing victims. As the experience as the survivor Sasa Hankoma has highlighted and powerfully reminded us at the beginning of the conference and in the side event that we organized, I chose to be free from all labels. And also he said that I chose to become the change. This message underlines the importance of recognizing victims, not through the acts they were forced to commit, but through the conditions they were facing. Furthermore, a truly survival-centered approach, as promoted by the OSCE and other institutions, requires strong and structured cooperation among all relevant authorities. We keep on highlighting this issue, and it is the issue of the 4P approach, as we were saying 25 years ago, the partnership one. In this regard, in my country, we have the National Emergency Response Mechanism, which stands as a practical example of coordinated protection and over the last 5 years, more than 10,000 unaccompanied children have been rescued through the components of this mechanism. So it was a 24/7 tracing hotline, information desks that prepare the kids, mobile units that are responding to concrete situations, and emergency accommodation facilities for the first 2 weeks before they are transferred to long-term accommodation. Through this National Emergency Response Mechanism, we have, and we also presented an hour ago with IOM the main components of it. The mobile unit of the NERM has identified and supported an unaccompanied minor who had been forced over 2 years to sell illegal cigarettes under debt bondage. Through sustained outreach and cooperation with prosecuting authorities, a guardian was appointed and an investigation was launched with the police. The case uncovered a wider network exploiting multiple victims, leading to the identification of 5 unaccompanied children and 3 adults. The criminal gang has been dismantled, perpetrators were brought to justice, and most of the unaccompanied minor victims were placed in safe accommodation and protection. This example highlights the importance of early identification, sustained support, and coordinated action. Another priority that I mentioned is the national guardianship system that ensures that every unaccompanied child is legally represented and supported in all procedures affecting them, in line with the best interests of the child. In cases of violence or exploitation, guardians represent the child in criminal, civil, and administrative procedures, acting in their best interest and cooperating with the competent authorities to ensure access to information, interpretation, and legal assistance. This is also how the social pathway is exemplified, because this is a duty that the prosecutor is giving to a child expert, and so this helps for a more speedy resolve, how to resolve the case. Last but not least, a sixth point is data collection that plays a crucial role in highlighting the scale and nature of this phenomenon. Trafficking for forced criminality remains significantly underreported. Both the European Commission and UNODC emphasize the importance of strengthening data systems as key means of tackling the prevailing culture of impunity. We therefore encourage all NRMs to explicitly integrate forced criminality into their identification tools, referral forms, and databases. In this context, it is equally important to ensure that our responses are firmly grounded in evidence and informed by practical experience. I'll give you another example from a project that we are implementing. It is called Safe Borders. I mentioned that. And now another program is called Fortify. And this strengthens the Greek systems for the protection and prevention of delinquency to unaccompanied children. It was also presented during the 25th OSCE Alliance and highlights how juvenile delinquency may serve as an indicator of potential victimization within criminal exploitation networks, while shedding light on often overlooked vulnerabilities, including gender-related factors among unaccompanied boys. So, Excellencies, within the framework of this high-level conference, we have a unique opportunity to ensure that our collective commitments translate into tangible and lasting impact. This means strengthening legal safeguards, investing in capacity building, improving data systems, and reinforcing coordinated protection mechanisms across the region. Only by doing so, we can ensure that victims of trafficking for forced criminality are no longer suffering in silence, they are no longer hidden within our systems, and are properly identified, protected, and supported, while, of course, those responsible are also effectively brought to justice. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Heracles, for the good overview of both challenges and recommendations from a policymaking perspective and covering the broad array of things that we must do as states. Now, last but definitely not least, our panelist, Monica. From a prosecutor's perspective, bringing the last perspective from our panelists here, which measures should be taken or tools that could be developed for building the capacities of criminal justice practitioners in examining forced criminality cases? What requirements should be introduced to ensure that prosecutors demand their assessment of the non-punishment principle in every relevant case to improve transparency and accountability in non-punishment principle decision-making? Over to you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Carrie, for that introduction and the question, and for the invitation also to speak in this panel. And I also really want to thank the OSCE for arranging this conference, and by doing that, taking action to addressing a substantial blind spot in our criminal justice system and also bringing us all together. From a prosecutor's perspective in Norway, the core problem that we have is not a lack of legal principle. It's a lack of operationalization. The non-punishment principle, it's well established in international law, and the obligation to identify victims and punish perpetrators, it's clear. However, despite this clarity, victims of trafficking continue to be investigated, prosecuted, and convicted for acts they were coerced into committing. Being a prosecutor, I sit at the heart of investigations and prosecutions, and it is our responsibility to ensure that these processes respect the fundamental rights of those involved and comply with international law. But still, we see victims of trafficking treated as offenders, and we need to move now from principles to practice. As your question, Carrie, on capacity, I think it's important for us to move beyond general awareness and to develop operational tools that help practitioners navigate real cases. And on accountability, I believe that prosecutors should be required to document their assessment of the non-punishment principle in relevant cases, and it should not be an optional or a hidden process. And I will talk more on that later. And with that in mind, and before speaking on the recent Norwegian case that Carrie mentioned on forced criminality, I would like to briefly highlight 3 structural challenges that I see in practice that prevents, in my opinion, an effective application of the non-punishment principle in our criminal justice system. First, I'd like to mention late or missed identification. As some of the speakers has mentioned, our systems are built to prioritize the act over the context. We are trained to establish what happened, not necessarily under what conditions it happened. And secondly, many practitioners still, often unconsciously, it has been mentioned several times, we look for the ideal victim. You mentioned it last now, Shamir. In many cases, criminal cases, we know that it does not exist, an ideal victim, but especially in cases on forced criminality, we don't see those ideal victims where they first appear as an offender. So, in my opinion, it's really important that law enforcement and prosecutors must have a broad understanding of the drivers behind forced criminality and who can be victims. I think we all agree on that. And for many practitioners and for first-line law enforcement, this really requires a significant shift in mindset. And I think still for some or many, it feels fundamentally wrong to view perpetrators of serious crimes as victims of human trafficking, and that's a real issue. And secondly, I'd like to point to what I believe is a too high threshold for initiating trafficking investigations. In practice, at least in Norway, we often see a reluctance to initiate a human trafficking investigation, even if the clear indications of exploitation are present. Police, they typically prefer to have a case ready almost for charges before opening an investigation and setting the threshold for investigation too close to the bar for prosecution. But as we know, that's not the purpose of an investigation. And if the threshold is set too high, of course, we risk to never uncover coercion or trafficking at all. And in practice, we also see that bringing forward an additional trafficking charge against the trafficker, while the trafficker also are being charged and prosecuted for the original case, if I can use that expression, that may often be a serious offense, may be seen unnecessarily in terms of penalty. That overlooks something essential, and that's the relevance of the non-punishment principle. So it's important to need to address the victim identification issue itself. And thirdly, I'd like to point to the impact of how the non-punishment principle is implemented. Where the non-punishment principle is applied through general provisions and prosecutors have a wide discretion, the absence of specific guidance can lead to inconsistent or arbitrary application. And this results in wrongful parallel prosecutions and weakening both victim protection and legal legitimacy. And I would like to illustrate why this matters in practice. We prosecuted a case where an adult Norwegian man, he had no prior criminal history. He was, initially, he appeared to be a typical suspect in a serious drug case. He came to the police voluntarily. He took responsibility for all the criminal activity, including details that didn't make sense. And at that stage, of course, coming to the police and taking on responsibility in a serious drug case, he was treated as an offender. Later on, and after further investigation and after him giving us a new statement, we learned that he had been subject to sustained coercion. And his statements was that he had been manipulated into debt, he had been threatened with exposure, he had been threatened with violence, he had been isolated from his family, and forced over a long period of time to sell drugs and carry out other criminal activities for the benefit of another person. So in reality, he had been exploited, but at first contact, the system had no mechanism to recognize that. So we had to turn the case around from a drug prosecution into a human trafficking case. And the same person in that by turning the case around, this man, he went from being treated as a suspect to being recognized as a victim. And as for the prosecutor in the case, I had to answer the question, should this man be prosecuted for serious drug crimes that he clearly and admitted to have committed? And my assessment and conclusion was that he shouldn't. The acts were committed under coercion as part of the exploitation, and it was clear to me and for all us involved in the investigation that he had not acted on free will. And it was my my assessment that it would be deeply wrong to bring charges against him, for him to be punished for crimes committed having not having free will. So this case illustrates two critical points. First, how easily victims of forced criminality can be misidentified as offenders. And second, how critical it is that the non-punishment principle is actively assessed. In Norway, the non-punishment principle and the obligation under the Article 26 of the Council of European Convention on Actions Against Trafficking in Human Beings is implemented through prosecutorial discretion within our criminal and procedural framework. And that gives us prosecutors a broad margin of appreciation as whether to drop the charges entirely or to proceed with charges and request reduced sentencing in court. And had we not identified him in time, or if another prosecutor had made a different assessment based on the broad margin of appreciation, he would likely have been convicted as a drug offender. So what needs to change from a prosecutor's perspective? What do we do about it? I would like to highlight 4 concrete measures. The first one being mandatory early screening for trafficking indicators and low threshold for opening investigations with the offender as a victim. And I think there's a need of structured mandatory screening at the earliest stage of the criminal process, not as an abstract guideline, but as a practical tool. And this means that whenever certain indicators are present, such as clear control by others, lack of personal gain, debt or dependency, restricted freedom, and last but not least, signs of vulnerability, the case must be flagged and a trafficking investigation with the perpetrator as a victim must be opened. And I think one should support implementing legislative framework to ensure that investigators and prosecutors apply a low threshold for initiating human trafficking investigations. For there is a need for police and prosecution to adopt a proactive approach in these cases. We cannot entirely rely on the victim's statements. And I agree with what you said, Shamir, coming forward as a victim to elaborate on the crimes you have committed as part of an exploitation. This is a huge risk for the victim, because at the time that the statements are given, the victim has no control over the outcome of the case. He risks prosecution, and maybe he hopes not to be prosecuted. But at the time that the statement is given, he has no control of the outcome. And I'd like to point to another thing as well, to apply a low threshold for initiating human trafficking investigation. That will support cross-border investigation on THB as well. Because to engage in cross-border investigation, there is one has to have the same legal classification of charges. So that will enhance cooperation in these cases. And secondly, I want to point to a pause and assess mechanism before prosecution. Where indicators exists, the system must slow down. We should have a procedural pause before the key prosecutorial decisions are made in the criminal case against the victim, while the parallel trafficking investigation against the trafficker are being conducted. And in my opinion, I think ideally the same unit within the police should conduct the two investigations in order for them to be coordinated. So one will not go forward with the criminal case and risk a sentencing in that case, and the trafficking case not being taken into consideration because another unit is handling that case. Because in many cases we know that the direction is difficult to reverse. If the question of exploitation is addressed at a late stage, the system has already taken the wrong direction. And the non-punishment principle and the assessment will be of limited, if any, effect. And three, I'd like to point to broad capacity building within the criminal justice system. And there is a need to strengthen the capacity, but in a targeted way. And this is not about general awareness of trafficking and the legal requirements for trafficking under international domestic law, but we need to understand how control operates in criminal exploitation, how vulnerability presents itself in offenders, how trauma affects explanations and credibility, and how to assess evidence in these complex cases. And I want to highlight the importance of case-based training directed not only at specialized THB units, but also law enforcement dealing with ordinary offenses as theft, drug crime, fraud, and violence, and that been highlighted under these conferences. But I really agree on that. And it is an urgent need now to develop guidelines that ensures a wide scope of the non-punishment principle. And it needs to cover, in my opinion, all types of crimes. And it is important that we specify that also serious and violent crimes are included. And it is important to support implementation of specific non-punishment provisions in domestic law as well. And I think the point of that, and you mentioned that, Samir, and I fully agree on that, because implementing a specific non-punishment provision in domestic law will support prosecutors and judges in their assessment on dismissing cases against victims, and also will prevent parallel charges, I think. And by developing those principles, it's fundamental to take into consideration that the victim has been unable to act on free will. And my last point is the need for mandatory documentation of the non-punishment assessment. The non-punishment principle must be made visible in practice. Today, in many systems, in my country, for example, we do not have a specific THP provision for non-punishment. The assessment is therefore implicit, if made at all, and that clearly is not sufficient. So in my opinion, it's necessary to support legislative framework that ensures that the assessment is explicit and that is documented on the case file. And I would argue that in every relevant case, prosecutors should be required to document in the case file what trafficking indicators were present, what steps was taken to assess them, and why prosecution was or was not pursued. Because what is not documented cannot be reviewed, it cannot be challenged, and it cannot be improved. And this is essential for both transparency and accountability. And I believe that once you require prosecutors to explicitly record whether trafficking indicators were present and how they were assessed, two things will happen. Identification improves and accountability will increase. And to sum up, I think these actions will shift the principle from being theoretical to being operational on prosecutorial and on law enforcement level. Thank you.
Monica, thank you very much for the very practical operational guidance for prosecutors and also for underscoring the importance of ideally having a specific non-punishment provision in law and giving us an inspiring example of a prosecutor using discretion when it does not exist. That even until it exists in laws throughout the OSCE region, prosecutors often do have the discretion to apply the non-punishment principle, and you've given us some good concrete recommendations for how to operationalize that. So I'd like to thank all of our panelists for their many and diverse insights, and now open the floor for statements and questions. I would also like to remind people to please stick to 2 minutes. We have 13 speaking requests for about 28 minutes. So if we do the math, ideally I'd like to give at least a very short amount of time for our panelists to wrap up. So please do try to stick to the 2 minutes. And again, we will happily circulate longer statements. With that, I will turn first to the distinguished representative of the United States, followed by the Russian Federation. The floor is yours, Rachel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to you and to your terrific team for organizing such a productive conversation over the last 2 days. And thank you to each and every one of the panelists for this session this afternoon, which has been so enlightening for all of us. As we move forward, the United States urges 3 priority actions to protect victims of forced criminality and to combat scam operations, a key topic that we've discussed these last 2 days. First, the strengthening of cross-border cooperation, including with partners in Southeast Asia to disrupt criminal networks. While many of the industrial-scale scam centers are located in Southeast Asia, their transnational nature means that no countries can combat them alone. And of course, as we've heard over the last 2 days, many of these operations are replicating even as they look different in other parts of the region, including the OSCE region. We therefore welcome the upcoming OSCE Asian Conference in Bangkok. Second, we encourage countries to prevent the inappropriate penalization of victims of trafficking. We urge participating states to implement effective screening protocols, adopt measures consistent with the non-punishment principle, and pass criminal record relief laws. These efforts protect victims and dramatically strengthen law enforcement efforts to dismantle transnational criminal networks and deliver them to justice. Third, we urge increased efforts to hold high-level perpetrators accountable. With our partners, the United States has increased high-level accountability efforts through sanctions and indictments, like those against Cambodia-based Prince Group in October 2025. Our 2025 Trafficking in Persons report highlights the leading role of transnational criminal networks including, among others, Chinese organized crime groups and operating online scam compounds. Intensified efforts to investigate, prosecute, sanction, and dismantle these networks are critical to disrupting their human trafficking operations, as we've heard during this conference. We urge the OSCE to translate today's and yesterday's insights into outcomes. The United States stands ready to support that work.
Thank you. And I now turn to the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation, followed by the Holy See.
Спасибо большое, госпожа спецпредставитель и координатор, уважаемые докладчики и участники. Современные технологии активно используются преступниками, занимающимися торговлей живым товаром. Под большой угрозой находятся несовершеннолетние, которые проводят много времени в виртуальном пространстве. Присущее общение в соцсетях, игровых приложениях анонимность дает злоумышленникам широкое поле для вербовки. Недооцененной угрозой является и телефонное мошенничество, когда преступники воздействуют на жертву путем обмана с целью хищения значительных денежных сумм, а затем с помощью новых обманных схем под видом оказания юридической помощи по возвращению утерянных средств вынуждают жертв брать кредиты на оплату этих несуществующих услуг, загоняя их в долговую кабалу. По существу это психологическое рабство, попав в которое человек становится марионеткой в преступных руках. Подобные тенденции требуют пристального внимания и своевременной реакции компетентных органов. Важно повышать осведомленность общества, в том числе среди детей и молодежи. Но не стоит забывать и про позитивный эффект, который могут оказать современные технологии и уже оказывают на противодействие трафикингу. Правоохранительные органы должны постоянно совершенствовать методы их использования, включая наработки в области искусственного интеллекта. В числе латентных видов торговли людьми это торговля в целях извлечения органов, клеток и тканей человека. Надеемся, что ваш офис будет эту тему тоже держать в поле внимания. Уважаемая госпожа спецпредставитель-координатор, Россия воспринимает работу вашего офиса, включая конференции Альянса, как важный вклад в равноправный обмен мнениями и продвижение на пути противодействия торговле людьми. И хотели бы выразить признательность всем тем коллегам, кто сегодня был готов к профессиональной деполитизированной дискуссии. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. I will now turn to the distinguished delegate of the Holy See, followed by Cyprus on behalf of the European Union.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The delegation of the Holy See welcomes the focus of this conference on trafficking in persons for the purpose of criminal exploitation. Pope Leo XIV recently issued an urgent call to confront and bring an end to this grave crime. He particularly warned that new forms of cyber slavery are emerging, whereby people in vulnerable situations are lured into online schemes and obliged to take part in financial scams and other criminal activities. In this respect, my delegation affirms that effective security cannot be achieved unless states take decisive and coordinated action against trafficking in all its forms. Madam Chair, allow me to underscore three key priorities. Firstly, the non-punishment principle should be consistently and properly applied in order to ensure that victims are not unjustly punished or prosecuted for acts they might have committed as a direct consequence of being trafficked. This undoubtedly requires the establishment and implementation of clear legal safeguards, as well as provisions of specialized training for the relevant law enforcement authorities. Moreover, appropriate measures should be adopted to restore justice. Secondly, reorient migration and security policies through a protection-centered lens. When trafficking cases are primarily approached through the lens of migration control, victims are less likely to be identified and more probable to be detained or deported. Thus, participating states are urged to ensure that actions against criminality and human trafficking will not become a pretext for undermining the dignity of migrants and refugees. Thirdly, strengthen prevention and partnerships. The sharp increase in forced criminality across the OSCE region underscores the urgent need for states to address the root causes of this issue. The international community can effectively close the widening gap between the rich and the poor that forces men into precarious circumstances through the solidarity and determined action of participating states, multilateral organizations, faith-based organizations, and civil society. A broader version of this statement will be distributed, and thank you.
Thank you very much. We now turn to Cyprus on behalf of the European Union, followed by the distinguished delegate of Italy.
Thank you. The European Union and its member states underline that effectively addressing trafficking in human beings, particularly for the purpose of forced criminality, requires strengthened cooperation among all OSCE participating states, partners for cooperation, and a broad range of stakeholders. We value this very alliance as a key platform to foster coordination, share expertise, and advance collective responses. The diversity of actors present, ranging from governments to civil society, international organizations, law enforcement, the private sector, and academia, remains essential to tackling increasingly complex and cross-cutting forms of exploitation. We greatly appreciate the rich and insightful exchanges and also the first-hand testimonies that we have heard in these 2 days. Understanding of the involving nature, which provide a clearer understanding of involving nature of trafficking for purpose of criminal exploitation. These exchanges underscore the need for more effective implementation of the non-punishment principle, stronger institutional coordination, and targeted policy responses capable of addressing both current and emerging forms of trafficking. These discussions will feed into ongoing EU work with a view to further strengthening prevention, enhancing victim protection, and ensuring that criminal justice responses effectively target perpetrators rather than those exploited. And as already mentioned yesterday by the EU trafficking coordinator, the European Union is preparing a new strategy on combating trafficking in human beings, which is expected to be presented later this year, together with the 6th progress report on combating trafficking in human beings. And the new strategy aims to respond to emerging trends and evolving challenges. And to conclude with, the EU commends the efforts of the OSCE Special Representative and Coordinator and your office in bringing attention to emerging trends, including the growing intersection between trafficking, organized crime, and security challenges. And we very much look forward to our continued cooperation. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We now turn to the distinguished representative of Italy, followed by Georgia.
Thank you, Chair. Dopo questi 2 giorni di incontri e sessioni, guardando al futuro, è essenziale che le nostre riflessioni collettive che abbiamo potuto fare si traducano in azioni concrete e misurabili. La tratta di esseri umani ai fini di criminalità forzata è un fenomeno in continua evoluzione che richiede risposte non solo coordinate ma anche saldamente ancorate ad un approccio centrato sulla vittima e basato sui diritti umani. In questo contesto l'Italia sta rafforzando il proprio sistema di governance. Il Dipartimento per le pari opportunità della Presidenza del Consiglio dei Ministri, in qualità di coordinatore nazionale, è fortemente impegnato nella promozione di un sistema più integrato e orientato ai risultati. La recente riforma organizzativa ha portato all'istituzione di un ufficio dedicato alla lotta contro la tratta di esseri umani e il grave sfruttamento, segnando un importante passo avanti nel rafforzamento delle funzioni di coordinamento, pianificazione e monitoraggio, nonché degli strumenti operativi a supporto delle vittime. Parallelamente, l'Italia ha significativamente incrementato le risorse finanziarie riservate agli interventi antitratta. È inoltre necessario rafforzare, come richiamato anche da alcuni colleghi, la cooperazione intersettoriale e transfrontaliera, poiché la tratta ai fini di criminalità forzata è per sua natura un fenomeno transnazionale, spesso connesso alla criminalità organizzata. Il rafforzamento dello scambio di informazioni, delle indagini congiunte e della cooperazione tra forze dell'ordine, autorità giudiziarie e servizi di protezione è pertanto fondamentale. L'Italia sottolinea inoltre la necessità di colmare le lacune ancora esistenti in materia di protezione, assicurando che tutte le vittime, comprese quelle coinvolte in attività criminali sotto coercizione, abbiano accesso effettivo all'assistenza, alla protezione e ai percorsi di reintegrazione a lungo termine. In questo ambito il meccanismo nazionale di referral e solide partnership con la società civile restano elementi chiave. A tal fine l'Italia sta promuovendo attivamente la stipula di protocolli d'intesa multi-agenzia a livello locale, come previsto nel quadro delle nuove misure legislative in corso di adozione. A completamento di tali iniziative sono state elaborate linee guida nazionali per supportare l'attuazione del meccanismo nazionale di referral a livello territoriale, fornendo un modello standardizzato di protocollo di cooperazione tra i diversi attori coinvolti. Questo approccio mira a garantire maggiore coerenza, coordinamento ed efficacia nell'identificazione, nell'invio ai servizi e nella protezione delle vittime su tutto il territorio. Infine, il rafforzamento dell'accountability richiede un investimento continuo nella raccolta dei dati, nel monitoraggio e nella valutazione, al fine di comprendere meglio l'evoluzione del fenomeno e sviluppare politiche basate su evidenze reali. Per concludere, l'Italia resta pienamente impegnata a collaborare con gli Stati partecipanti e con tutti i partner per assicurare che i risultati di questa conferenza e dei lavori coordinati dall'OSCE si traducano in un impatto concreto, contribuendo a creare società più sicure e resilienti nell'intera regione dell'OSCE. Grazie.
Thank you very much. We will now turn to the distinguished representative of Georgia, followed by Montenegro. And I again implore our speakers to try to stick to 2 minutes, and we will share your longer remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to express sincere appreciation to the OSCE and the Office of the Special Representative and Coordinator for Combating Trafficking in Human Beings for convening this important and timely event that for years proves to be a valuable platform for dialogue, exchange of experience, and collective reflection among participating states. Georgia attaches great importance to its long-standing and constructive cooperation with OSCE. We highly value the expertise, guidance, and practical tools provided by OSCE, which have contributed meaningfully to our ongoing reforms and policy development. The focus of this year's conference on forced criminality as a form of human trafficking highlights a particularly complex and often overlooked dimension of this crime. This phenomenon challenges traditional perceptions of trafficking and calls for a more nuanced and victim-centered approach. Georgia's geographic location at the crossroad of Europe and Asia, and as an important transit corridor connecting East and West, North and South, brings both opportunities and specific challenges. Among these challenges are the increased risks related to trafficking in persons. Addressing these challenges requires more than awareness. It calls for sharper identification mechanisms and closer cooperation between law enforcement, judicial authorities, and support services. Most importantly, it requires a shift in perspective to consistently put the victim at the center of our response. It is essential to ensure that once identified, victims are immediately placed in a supportive environment that prioritizes their safety, recovery, and reintegration. Responses should be tailored, trauma-informed, and sensitive to specific vulnerabilities associated with focused forced criminality, recognizing the complex circumstances in which victims have been exploited. Georgia's national policy in this field is grounded in the spirit of multidimensional cooperation, and the Interagency Anti-Trafficking Council plays a central role, bringing together the relevant state institutions and stakeholders to ensure a coordinated, coherent, and comprehensive response to trafficking in all its forms. Georgia remains committed to continuing this work and strengthening its national capacities in line with evolving best practices. We see ongoing training, awareness raising, and well-coordinated institutional responses as key to making our systems more effective. In this regard, OSCE-supported initiatives have been especially valuable, and we look forward to building on this cooperation. We believe that collective efforts within OSCE framework are essential to translating shared commitments into tangible results and ensuring that our policies and practices remain responsive to evolving realities. In closing, Georgia reaffirms its strong commitment to working closely with the OSCE and all participating states. We remain dedicated to strengthening cooperation and contributing to responses that are not only effective, but also fair, compassionate, and truly centered on the needs of the victims. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now turn to the distinguished representative of Montenegro, followed by Armenia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Distinguished representative of our participating states and dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to, on behalf of the delegation of Montenegro and behalf of Ministry of Interior in Montenegro, to warmly greet you and thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity to participate in this very important event. For Montenegro, it is important to be part of this discussion. Trafficking in human beings for the purpose of forced criminality requires a strong, coordinated, and victim rights-based response. We are closely monitoring a rise of forced criminality for We are closely monitoring the rise of forced criminality as a form of trafficking in human beings, especially where it comes to children. Children are particularly vulnerable, especially because they are below of age of criminal responsibility. This gives the criminal groups additional space to exploit the children, where the real perpetrators remain in the background and avoid the responsibility. In Montenegro, during the past year, more than 70% of identified victims of trafficking in human beings were children. The main form of exploitation we are recognized are the children begging and forced illegal marriages. We are aware that the children in such circumstances are an increased risk of being engaged in the criminal activities as well. Montenegro has adopted a new strategies with the support of OSCE mission in Montenegro, which is directly address these challenges. We act toward the prevention campaign and constantly strengthen the capacities of the competence representatives. I would particularly like to underline that the guidelines of the non-punishment of victims of trafficking in human beings have been adopted in Montenegro. We consider this is a very important step forward. After that, we provide a lot of training for representative of police, social workers, representative of state prosecutors and judges for apply these documents in the practice. It is also important to underline that Montenegro has adopted guidelines of compensation for victims in order to make this right more effective in practice. We believe that the successful response is possible only if we ensure high-quality training for professionals, cooperation between representative of institution and regional and international cooperation. If we provide all of this, we have a much greater chance to recognizing and identify a person as a victim rather than potential offender. We are currently also with the support of OSCE mission in Montenegro working on improving our national referral mechanism by drafting a standard operation procedure. They should be step-by-step the action of the professional from preliminary identification to the protection of victim. We believe that this tool will help all representative of institution to respond adequately in every specific case and in every stage of the procedure. We are aware that the mechanism of combating trafficking in human beings need to be constantly improved. And for that, once again, I would like to thank you for invitation and thank you for all panelists because we share with us good practices which will be possible to improve it in our system and improve all our mechanism for fight against trafficking in human beings. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I will note that the time is rapidly shrinking. And if the next speakers can really stick to 2 minutes, then we can let everyone speak. Otherwise, I'm afraid we're going to run out of time and everyone will not be able to. Again, we will circulate written remarks that are longer. So now I turn to the distinguished representative of Armenia, followed by Spain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Armenia appreciates efforts of the Office of the Special Representative for convening this conference and for placing such important topics on the agenda. We also thank the panelists for informative presentations and welcome the opportunity to contribute to this discussion. Armenia's anti-trafficking response is based on a solid legal framework and sound institutional architecture. Interagency coordination is ensured by the Council on Combating Trafficking in Human Beings and Exploitation, chaired by the Deputy Prime Minister. Armenia is currently finalizing its 8th National Action Plan for the period 2026-2028, developed in close consultations with relevant international institutions, partners, and civil society. It will reflect the evolving nature of trafficking, including cyber trafficking and migration dynamics, and will take into account its impact on vulnerable groups. The new framework will be grounded on 4 cross-cutting principles that taken together ensure a comprehensive and effective response. First, a rights-based approach under which all interventions respect, protect and fulfill the fundamental rights of individuals, always giving priority to their dignity. Second, a victim-centered approach under which the needs and interests of the victim are placed at the core of all actions and the trauma-informed practices are promoted. Third, a gender-sensitive approach, including the specific vulnerabilities and needs of both female and male victims. And finally, a non-discrimination and equality principle, under which all measures are equally accessible to every victim without any distinction whatsoever. Madam Chair, Armenia highly values its close and continuous cooperation with the OSCE Office of the Special Representative. The technical assistance and policy guidance provided by the office have directly benefited our national reforms, and its observations will be reflected in the new National Action Plan. We remain committed to continue this collaboration. We equally value our cooperation with the United Nations system, as well as with the Council of Europe and its greater monitoring mechanism, Interpol, and of course our bilateral partners. Armenia is convinced that the trafficking chain can be disrupted only through coherent and interoperable action capable of turning priorities into tangible outcomes. The principal purpose of Armenia's anti-trafficking policy is not limited to detecting crimes and holding perpetrators to account. It is to build a society in which every person is protected from exploitation. Human dignity is a non-negotiable value, and the state acts as a guarantor of prevention, protection, and justice. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. We now turn to the distinguished representative of Spain, followed by Israel.
Sí, muchas gracias. Quería empezar agradeciendo a todos los panelistas y a toda la organización de las jornadas de ayer y de hoy. Y en especial quería agradecer a la profesora del King's College de Londres, que hoy ha sido panelista, que ha puesto sobre la mesa un caso en el que se ha condenado a España por el Tribunal Europeo de Derechos Humanos en 2024. Son hechos del 2003 y si bien es cierto que no había aún aprobado el convenio de Varsovia del 2005, ni tampoco la directiva de la Unión Europea del 2011, ni nosotros teníamos el delito autónomo de tráfico de seres humanos que introdujimos en nuestro Código Penal en el 2010, Lo cierto es que podíamos y deberíamos haber hecho más y haber seguido el procedimiento como explotación sexual o prostitución. Pero como se aprende más de los errores que de los éxitos, ¿no? Esto nos ha llevado, y casos como estos nos ha llevado a que al día de hoy contemos con una red especializada de fiscales exclusivamente en trata de seres humanos en todo el territorio español, más de 60 coordinados por la unidad de la Fiscalía General del Estado, a la que represento, cuerpos y fuerzas de seguridad, unidades en todo el territorio también especializados en la materia, que desde el 2025 contemos con juzgados especializados exclusivamente en trata de seres humanos y violencia sexual y que tengamos un protocolo desde el 2011 firmado con las ONGs para la detección, derivación y protección integral de víctimas de trata de seres humanos. Esto también ha supuesto que no nos pase lo que ocurrió en este caso y que no se deje únicamente el procedimiento o la condena en manos del testimonio de la víctima, sino que podamos hacer una investigación reforzada que suponga que hayamos pasado desde el 2011 a un 30% de sentencias condenatorias a estar hablando hoy en España de más de un 70% de sentencias condenatorias gracias a esta colaboración reforzada entre todos los agentes. Y finalmente, respecto al principio de no punición que se ha hablado hoy, por lo visto somos uno de los países minoritarios que tienen incluido este principio de no punición, como ha señalado otro de los panelistas, en el artículo específico de trata de seres humanos y que supone no una absolución de las víctimas, sino que directamente no las acusamos por parte de Fiscalía con el mero hecho de que sean detectadas incluso por una ONG. Y en el caso de que no hubiera sido así, nosotros desde Fiscalía podemos hacer esa detección. Y estoy segura que los compañeros y los colegas de Reino Unido, el otro asunto que ha señalado la panelista, han adoptado medidas similares porque, como he dicho, se aprende más de los errores que de los éxitos. Muchísimas gracias a todos y a todas.
Thank you very much. We will now turn to our last statement from Israel, a partner for cooperation country. And then we have the final two statements from NGOs, the Yellowhead Institute and Rudnik. Thank you. First to Israel. Now, okay. Very briefly, as I am the last, I would just like to thank you, Special Representative Carrie, and all the amazing team. You did it again. This was a most fascinating and thought-provoking meeting. It was very relevant and a lot of practical good ideas that I am going home with. I just want to share a few highlights of steps that Israel has taken that resonate with a lot of the speakers and experts' words today, and also one thought that I have. So as to the highlights, recently we had a legislation amendment that provides legal aid to victims of trafficking, state-funded, in the criminal proceedings from the initial stage of investigation, which means that the minute that basically that the victim is identified and the investigation proceeds, a state lawyer will be appointed to accompany the victim and make sure that his rights are fulfilled throughout the criminal process, including the non-punishment, of course, when needed. A second highlight regards the vacation and expungement of records, criminal records in Israel by law. It is a presidential pardon, and we have a special track for victims of trafficking. The president issued a call for victims of trafficking to come forward and to request the expungement of their criminal records. And they received this expungement by the president himself, which really is very empowering and gives them the real possibility of opening a new page and trust with the authorities. Third, we are just completing a special research done on child begging in Israel, a phenomenon that we have, and hopefully it will help us to base our policy in the future. Regarding identification, we all agree that this is key, both of the victims and, of course, also of this form of forced criminality, trafficking. In Israel, according to the government's resolution, I hold the formal power of recognition of victims of trafficking. I have to consult with a special advisory committee that is formed of government members, NGOs, and survivors themselves, which gives us a really holistic way of looking at each case that comes before us. And we have had quite a few cases in the past years of forced criminalities that our recognition has led to their release from detention or before deportation or from arrest or imprisonment. And I heard what Parosha was saying, that sometimes that maybe it's too late if we've reached that stage, but sometimes
this is the first opportunity that the victim has to actually tell their story. And I think this is why training is so important as well. But I want to also just with one thought connect to, I think Ukraine mentioned this today, that sometimes we have to be careful with the non-punishment and the recognition of victims, even though the threshold, of course, is very low and non-conditional, everything that was said. But I will say this thought maybe through a case very briefly. A woman who was in prostitution murdered a client, brutally murdered the client. This was pre-planned. She set the house on fire, committed theft of all his belongings, and she was sentenced to a life sentence in jail. And after 20 years in prison, she applied for to be recognized as a victim of trafficking. And she still had another at least 15 years to go. And we said, and the whole purpose of this recognition was to apply the non-punishment principle and to say that she should have it should be a mistrial, or she should have a retrial because she was not recognized at the time. And we felt that this would be an abuse of the recognition mechanism. That wasn't the purpose of, as Connie also said, it has to be a precondition before trial, before it reaches that stage. And when you look at it many years later, it could be true. Maybe she was a victim, but that stage was already a stage that was not the right place. So I just feel we need to be careful sometimes with this. Israel is, of course, fully committed to continuing dialogue and cooperating with the global community and the OSCE, of course, on this complex issue. Let's make sure no victim is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now turn to our two statements from NGOs, the last two that are signed up. First to the Yellowhead Institute, followed by Radnik. Is the Yellowhead Institute still with us?
Hello, everyone. The Yellowhead Institute is based at the Faculty of Arts at Toronto Metropolitan University in Canada. And so I'm just going to speak to the experience that's happening in Canada. So Canada has reported that Indigenous peoples make up 30% of the victims of homicide in 2024, despite making up only 5% of the population. And despite public reporting on trafficking of human beings in Canada, the federal government does not report on the Indigenous status of victims, despite independent studies which have estimated that up to 50% of victims of trafficking in Canada are Indigenous. Indigenous people in Canada continue to face a disproportionate risk of violence, which is deeply rooted in the historical and present-day effects of colonization, including systemic discrimination, poverty, and intergenerational trauma. In June 2019, the final report of the National Inquiry on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls in Canada released 231 calls for justice. The Call for Justice 1.2 states, "We call on all governments with the full participation of Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA people to immediately implement and fully comply with all relevant rights implementations." And further, that report highlighted that Canada has signed and ratified many international declarations and treaties that affect Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA people's rights, protection, security, and safety. Canada has failed to meaningfully implement the provisions of these legal instruments, including the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, and the Convention on the Elimination of Forms of Discrimination Against Women, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Despite these overlapping and reinforcing human rights instruments, including domestic law, which articulate the rights of Indigenous peoples, Canada has narrowed their implementation of this call for justice, limiting it to their domestic interpretation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples only. There remains no accessible and reliable mechanism within the Canadian state for Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA people to seek recourse and remedies for the violation of their domestic and international human rights and their Indigenous rights. The Canadian legal system fails to hold the state and state actors accountable for their failure to meet domestic and international human rights and Indigenous rights obligations. Colleagues gathered here today in Vienna and those who are online from around the world, I plead with you to not let the perception of Canadian prosperity obscure the reality of exploitation endured by Indigenous peoples in Canada. Please continue to hold Canada accountable in international forums to address the systemic violence perpetuated by the Canadian state against Indigenous peoples. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. We now turn to our last speaker, Radnik.
Уважаемые участники конференции, госпожа Джонсон, очень сложно выступать в самом завершении. Я представляю неправительственную организацию, которая занимается оказанием помощи пострадавшим от торговли людьми с 2005 года. И очень хорошо понимаю боли и переживания тех людей, которые обращались к нам за помощью, тех людей, которые здесь выступали. Благодарю их за смелость. В Казахстане принят закон, в котором принимали участие и представители гражданского общества. И этот закон жертвоориентирован и правоориентирован. И я надеюсь, те страны, которые имеют такие законы, будут следовать этим принципам. У нас приняты правила перенаправления, которые дают основу для доступа пострадавших к социальным услугам. У нас есть критерии оценки, которые могут дать и определить статус пострадавшего от торговли людьми. Но есть и те моменты, на которые хотелось бы обратить внимание. Много говорилось о детях. У нас в законе целая глава посвящена защите прав детей. И я считаю, что в наше время очень важно повышать цифровую безопасность детей. Второе, формировать пул психологов, которые будут обучены методике психологического сопровождения пострадавших, которые вовлечены в криминальную деятельность. В симуляционных упражнениях, инициаторами которых было ОБСЕ, на международном и национальных уровнях обязательно включать кейсы, связанные с вовлечением в противоправную деятельность. И обучать сотрудников. Наши сотрудники, наконец, научились собирать материалы, доказанную виновность преступников, но надо обучать их собирать материалы, которые доказывают невиновность тех, кто пострадал, и обобщить практику ведения таких дел. Я беру на себя смелость, потому что к нам обращаются пострадавшие, и еще актуализировать их послание к нам. Это мы хотим быть официально признанными, мы хотим быть услышанными. Мы это совершали, потому что хотели жить. Время не только говорить, но и действовать. Всем я вам желаю активных действий.
Thank you very much for all of the contributions from the floor, from the delegations and our civil society colleagues. We are already over time, but let me ask before we give a big round of applause for our panelists, if any of them have any final brief thoughts that they would like to share before we conclude.
I think everything's covered from that side. I just say one thing.
All right. Can you be fast?
Very quick. In my entire career, I never have received thanks for bringing a case against a government that I've won. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate it, because the message will go back to TV, who was the victim. And that is part of justice and remedy and an apology in terms. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And with that, let me also say I applaud the lessons learned approach to all of this, because we all can constantly learn from our mistakes or how we can just do better, even if it wasn't a mistake. And with that, let's give a huge round of applause to our fantastic panel of experts. I'm sorry we didn't have time for more fulsome concluding remarks from our panel. We will very quickly change out for our closing session, which we will try to keep brief. So I think we have one more person who needs to come up.
Not at the end, you're doing the last, right?
Yeah, but then you.
Then I do it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for those that are still with us here in the room and online. I believe that our next speaker, the chair of ISTOC,
I'll do that.
I think we're quieted. I think that our next speaker, the chair of ISTOC, the OSCE ODIHR International Survivors of Trafficking Advisory Council, Jane Lassander, will make it worth your while for sticking with us for the rest of, for this concluding session. Now, let me turn the floor over to my friend, Jane.
Thank you, Carrie. And I really want to first thank you and your team of OSCE for this incredible Alliance conference, and especially for giving the survivor voice this platform. And not only that, for giving the ISTAC, that I'm the member of, the International Survivor of Trafficking Advisory Council from ODIHR, also a platform, and for working so tirelessly alongside us, equally, ethically, from co-design, co-production, co-everything to implementation. That means so much, because my voice alone doesn't do that much. But putting our voices together and you coming alongside us with ODIHR, with OSCE, and amplifying our voices has made a difference, because I've been hearing the differences that it's been making. So I'm very proud of you and very grateful. So thank you, everybody. Okay, shall we start? Let's go. I'm ready. I've been like a horse, you know, waiting for the sign to go. Like, come on. I'm sorry. Yes, we have spent these past days dissecting blind spots. But let's be honest, for the survivors ISTAC represents, this was never about blind spots. It's our lived reality. Forced criminality is the ultimate exploitation of a human being. It is the moment a trafficker turns a victim into a tool for their own profit, trapping them in a cycle where the exit is blocked by the very laws meant to protect them. When we talk about security, we often talk about borders and law enforcement, but the greatest security failure is when the state treats a victim of coercion, exploitation as a common criminal. I am not speaking from a report. I was that failure. And let me explain a little bit of my journey and being arrested and seen as a criminal when I was a victim, just so that you can a little bit understand where I was at. By the time I was 15, I was living on the streets. I was living on the streets of London, living under a bridge at Waterloo Station, living with a group of homeless people. I had run away from the horrors of my life as a child. I was like severely abused, a victim of child sexual exploitation and trafficking by a gang of men, very powerful men. You think that, like, you hear about the Epstein files far away on an island, but it's not far away on an island. It's on all our islands. In the UK, which is an island, it happened there. And it happened in the past, it happened now, and it will happen in the future unless we get together and do something. So there was this gang, they sold me, they abused me. did terrible things, from torture to everything you can imagine. And I ended up in hospital so many times, and no one saw me. No one even saw that I was a victim. They just patched up my injuries. I was dead scared. Somebody from the gang was with me. I couldn't speak, but no one identified me. And this was such a missed opportunity. School, the same. At school, I was like the naughty child who came without homework, came without food. I just got punished instead of being identified and helped. And when I just couldn't cope anymore, I managed to run away. I lived on the streets of London, and I got into crime. I was shoplifting, stealing, begging. I used to drink a lot of alcohol just to be able to cope. And I got arrested. I would get into fights. I kicked a policeman. I did all sorts of things. And stealing and put into prison, not into prison, but into a cell for the night. Instead of somebody looking at me and seeing a 15-year-old child who was so traumatized and ran away from a gang that abused her since she's 7, they saw a criminal. They threw me in the cell. They left me there terrified. And they didn't once ask me, are you okay? Are you safe? What has happened to you? They just treated me like a criminal. And to me, this was such a missed opportunity. To have been identified would have saved me many years of hell and taken away that fear, and I would have been able to start to trust people. So to me, this was like the biggest blind spot ever. And this is what we need to open our eyes to. When we talk about the rise of forced criminality, we are talking about people who are exactly where I was then. If our security frameworks do not include a robust non-punishment principle, we aren't solving the crime, we are merely punishing the evidence. True security often happens when survivors feel safe enough to come forward without fear that their own trauma and exploitation will be used against them. As chair of ISTAC ODIHR, I am telling you, do not build the solution without lived experience. Don't you dare. Survivors are your greatest strategic partners because we understand the mechanics of coercion better than any manual. We understand the methods of traffickers and the traumatized minds of the victims. We can use our expertise and experience to work together on stronger and safer policies and laws. Set up survivor councils in your countries. Work together with survivors. Being part of ISTAC, it's given me a voice. It's given me to, we are not a bunch of survivors, like people say, oh yeah, a bunch of survivors. I'm not a bunch of grapes, a bunch of survivors. We are experts, we have expertise. Sosa, he spoke this week. He is a member of ISTAC. We have Michaela here who trained journalists yesterday. She is a member of ISTAC. We have different experiences, different expertise. We put that together, and we can make a tool which can be really valuable in this fight against trafficking. We can close the gaps together with you and join the dots. You know, this is how we need to go forward. Let this be the turning point where we stop focusing on the acts of victims are forced to do and start focusing on the people forcing them and start working together with survivors towards solutions. We cannot allow another child to be lost under a bridge or forgotten in a cell because we are looking at the wrong person. One of my main takeaways from this whole Alliance conference was something that Sosa said. So I want to quote Sosa, and I hope that we can all take this home. He said, I encourage everyone in this room, don't just study the change, don't just write reports about the change, but become the change. So I want to end by saying, let's not forget that. Let's commit together today to join together our strength, less talk, more action. We may be closing the conference now, but let's open our hearts and our minds and put what we heard into effective action. We can do this together. I actually feel like standing. You should stand with me because, come on, stand up. We are going to commit together to take action and not forget what we heard today. Are you with me? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane, for waking us up, the rousing and inspiring closing remarks. Jane is a very hard act to follow. And I am going to follow my plea to all of you throughout the last 2 days and share a longer version of my closing remarks so that I can be very brief, since we're already over time and really, Jane said almost everything that we need to say. But I really need to take a minute, especially to thank everyone that made this week possible. There were some fantastic recommendations, as well as a lot of information shared about examples of forced criminality, subtle, nuanced understanding of the manipulation, the exploitation behind forced criminality that we heard both from lived experience experts and from others from different perspectives over the last couple of days. I think that we have a lot to reflect on. One of my key takeaways is, it is very clear that forced criminality is growing, and it is growing across our region in different forms, whether that's related to illegal drugs, forced scamming, which has clearly now come to the OSCE region. If you didn't yet see our publication or come to the side event, sadly, it's growing here as well. B, that it is difficult, that these are some of the most complex cases of human trafficking, often intertwined with other really difficult and serious crimes, and increasingly interlinked with transnational organized crime. Distinguishing the victims, which we've heard again and again and again, we are failing to do more often than not, is also very difficult. And we keep hearing about the importance of the non-punishment principle. I feel like a broken record on that issue because it is so critically important, and it is getting harder because of forced criminality and how serious the crimes are. And it will be harder to apply because of the need to distinguish the subtle means of coercion and manipulation. But there's a huge but here, and that is that we have heard some fantastic examples, both operational, policy, legislative steps that each of our states, and whatever role you have, whether you're in government or civil society, private sector, everyone has a role to play. And we heard some really concrete ways that we can use this knowledge to actually improve our actions and achieve better results and better justice for the victims of this heinous form of human trafficking. We've also tried to arm people with tools, including through the publications that the OSCE put out. Now it is on all of you. The key is really what we do when we leave here, the actions that everyone takes. I hope that people also, and all of the energy and the conversations in this room and in the hallways, continue to build their networks and get good ideas of ways to partner together, because we are definitely not going to solve this alone. And on that note, I do have a few thank yous that are really important. First, I would like to thank all of our speakers, moderators, and participants over the last 2 days, including our partners in the Alliance Against Trafficking in Persons Expert Coordination Team, or the AECT. A huge thanks to the International Survivors of Trafficking Advisory Council, 3 of whose members we have today. I would also like to give a huge shout out and thanks to our other survivor and lived experience experts, Antonia, Abdusalam. I don't know if Sakin is still with us, but we have really benefited, and I've heard again and again how much the reality has really come home for people both in the room and online, when we are able to benefit from the lived experience expertise of the survivor leaders that have joined us. That contribution, I think, cannot be overstated, and I will remain very grateful for the courage of all of you in sharing how you can turn your own exploitation and be the change, as Sosa said yesterday. I would also, again, like to thank all of the participants, both here and online, and a huge thank you to the team that made this conference possible. Thank you all for acknowledging the fantastic team, both in my office and CTHB. I also want to thank our fantastic interpreters that made it possible for us to understand each other, and our colleagues in the Conference and Language Services that also do all the work behind the scenes that make sure that this goes as smoothly. And I'd like to take a moment for a special round of applause for all of those colleagues, including Tarana Bagirova and Anli Robin, who, can you guys stand up? They led Anli's and Anli's and Tarana led the organization of this year's conference, and many of the publications that we produce. Tarana has been tirelessly working on without much sleep lately. So on that note, let me just again thank all of you and encourage you, as Jane said, it's what we can do together, the actions that we take going forward that will be the real impact of this conference. So thank you. Safe travels to those that are heading back.